Hey, it's me. Who'da thunk it? A Monday and I am live. God, who'da saw it coming? Nobody. Nobody could have expected this. What a time to be alive. Hello everyone, how are we all doing? What's going on? I hope everybody had a good weekend. I didn't see too many people in Red Planet last night, but that's my bad. When I say too many people, of course there were good people. There were a lot of people watching Red Planet last night. What I'm trying to say essentially is people from my stream, and that's okay. I'm not mad at you. It's my bad for like forgetting to put the link in the Discord. So yeah, my apologies. My apologies. Has anyone tried to bathe in a bin yet? What? It's not that hot today. It's not that hot today at all. Usual Red Planet time doesn't work for you most Sundays. Yeah, it's fine. This is what I'm saying. I'm not having a go at yous. I'm just saying like I'm shit at remembering to do stuff. So my bad. My bad. But welcome to everybody who's here. How are you all doing? What's going on? We got Cynthia, we got Chaos Merlin, we got Hell to Pay, and we've got Gunmaster, we got Goblin Hugger, and we've got Juliet. And I think that's it. It's a bit of a quiet start today, but that's fine. What have you all been up to? What's going on? What is happening? What have you been doing with your weekends? What have you been up to? I have been like just consumed with work for most of the weekend, but other than that, I went to Blue Dot Festival on Saturday. That was pretty cool with my partner and her parents. That was pretty nice. I'm gonna move me to like the center of the screen there. So that was really good. Hey Yanchifim, how are you doing? And hello SJNR, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that. Yeah, so oh, fuck. Sorry, everything's fucking going wrong already. Yeah, so I went to Blue Dot Festival, and I spoke a little bit about that on Red Planet last night, but there was a very, very good guy speaker there called Satish Kumar, and he did a lot of, like, good chatting, a good little lecture about how we need to, like, get science and nature to sort of, like, combine kind of thing. So that was really good. Didn't do much over the weekend. It's too hot over here. Is it still too hot over there, Cynthia? Holy shit, I'm sorry to hear that. I went to the cat cafe and read The Witcher surrounded by cats for mental health. That's fucking great. I love that shit. Bunch of cats getting about. That's lovely. Working on 2 comic pages that I've been struggling with for 3 weeks. Drinking some milk. Wondering how long I still have before my body will give out. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? Playing video games most of the weekend, capturing footage, so sort of working. That is working, I agree. If you're like playing a video game and you're not playing it for like leisure, then you are in fact like doing a thing. You are in fact like doing labor, you know? You know, if you're like playing it to review it, if you're playing it to critique it, if you're playing it to, you know, record footage and stuff like that, to do like specific things. You know, even like streaming video games, I would count as labor. 100%. Today it was 36 degrees, yesterday 35 with high humidity. Damn, I'm feeling for you, Cynthia. That fucking sucks. Still in thesis hell, but luckily no breakdown today. I just finished my weightlifting routine. Nice, Greer. Good to hear it. And I'm sorry about, yeah, I'm sorry about how much it's been stressing you out. I saw that shit in the Discord. Yeah. Hey Layla, what's going on? Check Kira's stream for the first time. Got gifted a sub in 5 minutes. This community is amazing. Yeah, Kira Chat's community is very, very like sub gifty heavy. Very cool. Yeah. Kind of leisure, kind of writing an essay. Yeah. Exactly. I've been getting very excited because I'm about to start writing my Berserk video. After all this time, I've been doing the research and I'm finally gonna start writing it and start doing like, you know, the screenplay and stuff like that for how I'm gonna shoot it and stuff. My partner's gonna help me shoot it. So that's really good. I'm really excited for that. And yeah, like in my head, I'm like having visions of how it's gonna go, and I'm like getting very excited about it, because obviously, like, I'm a videographer. I was a videographer before. Well, I was a YouTuber before I started being a professional videographer, and I was a professional videographer before I started taking YouTube more seriously, and Twitch and stuff like that. So I've got a lot of gear that I can use to actually do like a professional production. So like I've got a you know, a lavalier mic that I'm gonna use. It's got like a wind jacket and everything. Yeah, I know you're all about that. I know you're all about that. And hey Galaspar and hey Niakanois, how you doing? What's going on? So just kind of like thinking about how to start writing it, and I've got like a good idea of how to start writing it. So I'm gonna start getting that down on paper tomorrow, as well as a couple of other ideas for videos that I've got in the meantime. For example, I'm gonna be doing a video on, let me just check and see if this guy is banned from Twitch. No. Okay. All right, yeah. I'm going to be doing a video about Xanderhal very soon, because he's just an unforgivable piece of shit. And cishet men mainly, but I'm a cis man, you know, need to be doing more and more and more to fight debate bros, because they're still a huge thing, you know. They're still a huge fucking thing. So we need to be doing more to sort of like bring up about how fucking bad they are. So I got a video planned about Xanderhal. I got a video planned about how liberal comedy sucks, in relation to people getting excited about Boris Johnson leaving and stuff like that, and people who go up to you know, Trump voters and stuff like that, and they like try and like gotcha them, and they think that's like the be all and end all of comedy and shit, you know. So you know, I got a couple of good videos you know, in the works for that shit, so I hope that you lot are going to enjoy those when I get them done. You did some screenplay writing before you got to uni. Good luck with getting it done. Thank you very much. Yeah, it shouldn't take too long, because it's going to be like it's not going to be that long of a video. It's going to be sort of like, you know, intro, why I like Berserk, then like, you know, what Berserk is, just like a quick rundown and breakdown of it, and then it's going to be like, after that, I guess just talking about how I see it as like a queer love story. Like a lot of it is like a queer love story, the most of it. And then there's going to be a bit about how, like, people get mad when people have readings and stuff, and I'm going to refer back to Finn's video that we watched the other week about Batman being bisexual. So, you know, a lot of stuff in there, but it's going to be very, like, concise, and I'm going to try and get it done as fast as possible, as concise and succinctly as possible, you know. Yeah, lib comedy's painful. Yeah, you know that shit's lame. Hey, Joe, how's it going? Won't be chatting too much, trying to get some writing done, but I'll be lurking. Thank you for the lurk, Joe. I appreciate that. Polyamorous bisexual love story. Absolutely, yeah. And, you know, I'm going to be getting my partner involved as well. She's going to be coming on to talk about how, like, she loves Griffith. Like, Griffith is, like, gender goals for them, you know? Obviously without the betrayal and stuff like that, and, you know. Obviously that's not part of your gender. Being a piece of shit is not part of your gender. Being a piece of shit is just being a piece of shit, innit? You know what I mean? So yeah, but what about the stream today, I hear you asking? Well, we've got some stuff for you. I've heard that you lot like stuff, and there's a lot of that going on in the stream today. So we're going to be looking at Weird Guys in the Woods later on. But of course, we are going to be starting with Democracy Now! And the news. I'm going to knock something over today. Honestly. Honestly, I'm going to fucking knock something. I'm going to knock something important over today, I swear to God. Right, we're going to have a look at the news. We're going to have a look at a video essay from a leftist, which Gree has told me the guy is not so good at evaluating some things. You know? So we're going to have a look at that, and Gree's going to help us, and Gree's going to be pointing out things like, oh, this guy spoke about this in relation to this, and he deleted a bunch of videos, I think, where, like, he was having, like, a bad take on Eastern Europeans. Like, he had a lot of bad takes about Eastern Europeans and ex-Soviet states and stuff. Hey, Riot Girl, what's going on? And hello, Semiotic. How are you doing? Did I miss the Tanky discussion? No. Like I say, we're going to be having a look at that after the news, directly after the news segment, which is coming up very soon. Very, very soon. My transition goal is Sailor Mercury, but with red hair and my age. Oh, hell yeah, that's going to rock. That is cool gender goals. Cool transition goals. Yeah, I like that shit. Love a bit of stuff. Stuff could be good. Do indeed like stuff. It's good to hear. Hey, Sorka, how are you doing? Gumba Master says, as an aside, I've been getting interested in Indian cinema. A lot of impressive stuff's coming from there. A lot of it only with subtitles, but it made me think, how much does language affect acting styles? Yeah, like, we've watched a couple of Indian films in the Discord for movie night. Terribly misogynistic, but that's just a couple of them from the same director, so you can't really, you know... obviously, that's nothing to do with them being Indian films. That's just to do with them being filmed by a misogynist. But there are lots of good stuff. There's lots of good Indian movies out there. Absolutely, yeah. I need to watch more Indian stuff personally. I love that as someone who's half Polish and born in East Germany. Yeah, I think I saw you discussing that with Gree. I think I saw that in the Discord. I might be making it up though. I don't know. But anyway, chat, here we go. We're doing the news. We're jumping into the politics section. So just be mindful. We're going to be getting weirdos. It's how it goes. It's one of those fucking things. But we're going to be jumping right into it. We're going to be checking it out. We're going to be saying, that's right, we're going to be saying hello to Amy. All right. And I promise you, chat, today we will not be watching the Prince Andrew rap. We will not be watching it. Time to say hello, Amy. That's right. Good to actually know where I'm going to be living. Oh, wait, what? I'm good. I just found out I can make a foundation year uni if I don't quite make my conditional offer. So I'm definitely moving to London in September. Good to actually know where I'm going to be living in the next few months. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, kettlebell squats? Are you serious? Okay. All right. Okay. I will do it. Welcome to the I'll do it before the news. So then it's done. It's done and it's out the way. All right. Hey, yo. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. All right. Right there. That actually made me feel good about my me going back to the gym tomorrow after like a week of not going. Oh, yeah. Give me a fucking minute, Joe. Holy shit. Ugh. Once with Green, another time with Rosenkreutz. I love Eastern European discourse. It's a point of view that's sorely underrepresented. Especially on the online left. Hey, Survived. How's it going? Welcome in. Okay. All right. Holy shit. Okay. Do you have fans running Muel? It's really hot. It is not hot here. But thank you for the concern. Anyway. Thank you for the hydrate, Cynthia. Thank you for the hydrate. Ugh. I should do the other arm. I've just realized I just did one arm. I should do the other arm. Really. Okay. All right. Yeah, you can really see just how, like, those fucking 8 weeks off of the gym that I had with COVID, they fucked my fucking fitness so bad. I think your green screen has slipped a little bit, Mule. No, it's supposed to look like that in this scene. It's supposed to be an extremely cursed scene. Don't worry about it. Everything is as intended here. Don't worry. Okay. Oh, god damn it. The pistol shrimp has the ideal physique. Yeah, I should have just left it. You're right. You're actually right. Excuse me. Garden of Delete says, Yo, Mule, hope you're doing good. Plans to start the gym going, having never done it. What would you recommend for cardio routines? Cross trainer. Just like, it depends what your goal is in the gym. If you just want to increase your overall fitness or whatever, like cardio is great. Like it's good for your heart, it's good for your lungs, it's good for your blood flow all around your body. And it is really important to remember that, like, you know, if your goal going to the gym is to lose weight, cardio is not going to help that. Because it takes like a lot of fucking work to actually burn a lot of calories. So just keep that in mind. Cardio does aid in losing weight in some respects, but just in the same way that it aids in gaining weight, like putting muscle on and stuff like that. So, you know. Yeah. So like cross trainer, like, you know, 10 minutes, 20 minutes or something like that, just as you're getting started. The rowing machine is really good. You know, doing cardio and stuff actually, like, uses muscles as well, you know? And high intensity, whatever you call it, HIIT, HIIT classes are really good. If you're gonna go to like a local gym that has classes, like take one of the classes. They could be really good for like, not just like doing shit like that, like working out and like getting told what to do. But also they could be really good for like making friends, you know? And gyms are like, you know, some of the best sort of like community things that we have at the minute, you know what I mean, in modern society. Anyway, after all that nonsense, let's crack on. It's time for the fucking news. Say hello, Amy. Here we fucking go. She's gonna tell us about what's going on.
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As the war in Ukraine enters its 6th month, Russia and Ukraine signed deals on Friday to reopen Ukrainian ports on the Black Sea in an effort to increase grain exports. The deals were brokered by the United Nations and Turkey. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres praised the development.
And let there be no doubt, this is an agreement for the world. It will bring relief for developing countries on the edge of bankruptcy and the most vulnerable people on the edge of famine.
But hang on a minute, didn't Russia, like, send a missile to the Odessa port, like, after this? I'm pretty sure that Russia was like, we're going to blow the shit out of this port now, and they sent a missile to Odessa after this.
On Saturday, just a deal after the
here it is.
After the deal was reached, Russia attacked the Black Sea port of Odessa. Ukraine said the missile attack damaged infrastructure, including a grain warehouse. Russia said the missiles were targeting Ukrainian military assets, including a docked warship and a warehouse housing U.S.-supplied anti-ship missiles. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky decried the attack on Odessa as, quote, barbarism, and said it, quote, destroyed the very possibility of dialogue with Russia. In related news, some U.S. lawmakers are calling on the Pentagon to send military advisors to Ukraine. Republican Michael Waltz of Florida and Democrat Mikey Sherrill of New Jersey made the call after meeting with Zelensky in Kyiv Saturday. The New York Times recently reported the CIA already has personnel inside Ukraine. Burma's military junta has executed 4 men who'd been jailed for opposing last year's military coup. These are believed to be the first executions in Burma in over 30 years. One of the prisoners, Chaw Min-yu, was the prominent pro-democracy activist also known as Ko Jimmy. He was a student leader in the 1988 uprising, has spent many years in jail. Another one of the political prisoners executed was Phyu Taw, a former rapper who became a lawmaker in Aung San Suu Kyi's party.
Great. Just gonna fucking shoot people who don't agree with the government. Love that. Love that. I love that that just happens in many places. That the IMF installs governments that they approve of. I'm glad that that happens in those places. It's very normal. I'm being sarcastic in case you can't tell.
Pope Francis has arrived in Western Canada for what he's called a pilgrimage of penance. The Pope is embarking on a 6-day visit of Canada to apologize for the abuse of Indigenous children who were removed from their homes and sent to church-run residential schools where they face psychological, physical, and sexual abuse.
That's pretty big, to be honest. Like, in terms of, like, making a statement like that, I remember when Lost Sue told me that it would be a huge thing if, like, someone from Europe would, like, when Sue was talking to me about it, Sue was specifically saying, like, if I did a charity stream to raise money for, you know, kids who've suffered at the hands of reservation schools and shit like that, right? That would, like, mean a lot to Indigenous people in America. And it's like the Pope doing it. The Pope doing something like this is pretty massive. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, the first time the head of the Catholic Church is doing something like this towards the natives, right? Because a lot of the atrocities committed were in the name of Catholicism, in the name of the church, right? You know? Yeah.
Canada's Truth and Reconciliation Commission described the practice, which went on for decades, as a form of cultural genocide. The commission determined more than 4,000 Indigenous children died from neglect or abuse in the residential schools. This is Tony Alexis, chief of the Alexis Nakota Sioux Nation.
He's getting converted. Look, he's getting converted. He's like, yo, I should fucking maybe this Pope shit is bullshit. Maybe this Pope shit is bullshit. Maybe I should listen to Indigenous spiritual leaders. Hell yeah. Let's fucking go, dude. He's going to step down as Pope soon.
As a leader of the Roman Catholic Church, Pope Francis' apology is an acknowledgement of the Church's role in the harm and pain caused to Indigenous peoples living in Canada. For some, our people, Pope Francis' apology will not be enough. Healing is not linear.
Oh, yeah, that's absolutely something that you have to say as well. Like, it's not enough for just, like, you know, white Europeans to be like, holy fucking shit, this is a thing that happened, and, you know, we need to apologize for it, because it's about, like, standing up for issues like land back. It's about, like, listening and platforming and centering Indigenous people's voices. And yeah, absolutely, healing is not linear. Yeah, absolutely, healing is not linear. This guy's spot on. You know?
This apology will be a fundamental step towards forgiveness, closure, healing, and reconciliation for many others. Much like Wakamne, the healing abilities, it is fitting that the Pope's visit to this healing place will bring healing to so many.
The World Health Organization.
Yeah, it might be huge, but it's also not enough, you know? Two things are possible.
It's declared the
more than one thing is
monkeypox
possible.
Outbreak a public health emergency of international.
Hold up a second. Here we fucking go. It's happened, chat. It's happened. It's happened.
Declared the monkeypox outbreak a public health emergency of international concern.
So it's the same thing that happened with COVID. It's exactly the same thing that happened with COVID. The World Health Organization is saying, yeah, this is something that we need to be careful of. And the world leaders who had their first test run of a pandemic in the imperial core under neoliberalism, and they realized that they just do not have to say anything. They just have to, like, not do anything. I have seen those articles that claim that monkeypox is spread through anal sex between men. Yes, I have seen that. I have seen that monkeypox is being labeled as a black disease, a queer disease, insert marginalized people here disease. So, cishet white people don't need to care about it. You know? Hey, Vord, how you doing? Media here has been going hard on monkeypox happening in communities where men have sex with men, right? Yeah. Yeah, it does feel predominantly like the argument is about queer men. Yeah. If I didn't feel so numb, I'd want to cry. I mean, like, it's like... We know here as leftists, right, that our faith should not be placed in the hands of government, right? Our faith should be placed in our own hands. And we need to remember that solidarity and, caring about your fellow human being is what's going to get us through anything in life, anything, whether it be a pandemic, whether it be the hierarchical nature of, society in the imperial core, capitalism, late stage capitalism, climate change, I understand people getting like upset about this, but let's face it, COVID hasn't gone anywhere. We're still living through COVID. So there's no need, you know what I mean? To get like, I guess like, what do I want to say? How do I want to say this? Be realistic about it, but have no fear, because we will get through this. As with most things, we will get through this. We'll figure out ways to get around it. And all that's going to happen as a result of this, especially if the governments of the world don't do anything about it, is people will just start to organize amongst themselves even more. So, it's about having faith, and it's about remembering that, like, people are basically good, and when they realize that shit like this is happening, hey Shafiq, how you doing? What's going on? Welcome in. Re monkeypox, there are fundamental differences between pox viruses and COVID. The highest one is that it's not a novel virus. Yeah, so it's like, I guess that means that it's like, it's not a new thing. This is like a disease that's like known about, right? How will we get past climate catastrophe while capitalism exists? Well, the answer's in the question. Capitalism won't exist for long during a climate catastrophe. It's literally impossible. Oh, right, yeah, we have a vaccine and we know how to treat it. Right, yeah, there you go. Yeah, and the thing is like, we just got a new variant of COVID. We'll get a vaccine for monkeypox pretty soon because Cuba will make it. Right, yeah, there you go. Cuba will literally be like, okay, we should make a vaccine against this. And then the world will be like, we could do with that, actually. Should we lift embargoes on Cuba? No. We'll just send some spies there to figure out what it is and steal it and make a worse version for Big Pharma to hand out to countries in the imperial core. The imperial periphery? Maybe later, I don't know. You know what's even more fucked up about COVID? Go ahead, Gree. I remember the discussions 2 to 3 months ago preempting the homophobic queer plague backlash from monkeypox. Oh, yeah, well, I mean, that's because it was already happening 2 or 3 months ago, Oh, the smallpox vaccine has 85% effectiveness. Can you get that? Because my mum was telling me to, like, just go and get the smallpox vaccine. My mum basically called me the F-slur. She basically said, yeah, you should go and get the smallpox vaccine. I was like, Mum, I don't have unprotected sex. Come on. I don't have like, you know, that's not even how you get it. You know. Anyway. The COVID crisis, it was fucking predicted. Huge pandemics like these have a time gap of about 100 years. COVID-19 started 100 years since the Spanish influenza. Yeah, right. Exactly, yeah. Cuba is Jesus as a country. That's right. Our governments did fucking nothing about the COVID thing. Yeah, of course they didn't, yeah. African states been ringing alarm bells about monkeypox for 20 years. Is that right? I did not know that. I did not know that. You know. Weird how that happens, isn't it, chat? Weird how, like, you know, countries in the imperial core don't listen to countries in the imperial periphery. Weird how we have this, like, idea that we know best and the people who run our countries know best, you know?
WHO Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus made the announcement Saturday morning.
There are now more than 16,000 reported cases from 75 countries and territories, and 5 deaths. WHO's assessment is that the risk of monkeypox is moderate globally and in all regions, except in the European region, where we assess the risk is high.
Monkeypox is not fatal, but can cause fever, rashes, and extremely painful lesions. It's most often spread through close, intimate physical contact. We'll have more on the WHO's decision and the U.S.'s decision not.
So here's the thing, right? What you've got to remember about this chat is that, like, no matter how much they try and push it as, like, a queer man's disease, eventually people will realize that it is just an STD. Not even an STD, just like, you could probably just like snog someone and get this. You know what I mean? Eventually people will realize it. Eventually people will be like, oh, okay. Right. I understand now. So like it's kind of like one of those things. Yeah, you could catch it from bed sheets in it. Do you know what I mean? They tried to dismiss HIV like that. They'll try with this too. Yeah, I mean, I guess that, like, the reason that they got away with the HIV thing was because there are, like, an extremely small amount of cishet people who got HIV. And that's just it. Like, in the Imperial Core, at least, you know what I mean? Like, of course, they won't talk about, like, Africa. They won't talk about, like, AIDS in Africa because, like, AIDS in Africa is like a far more, you know, I guess diverse disease. You can't really say that, right? Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Like, you know what I mean, right? It affects like a wider variety of people, you know? Of course, HIV and AIDS affects everybody if you sleep with someone who has it. But I think maybe that is because of the huge divides between the queer community and the, you know, the cishet community back in the 80s. Hello, Exile Green. How you doing? What's going on? Just give me a name. Good evening to you. Welcome in. How are you doing? Funny how the queer community are the first people to notice when an illness is going around amongst them. It's almost like they have experience with this sort of thing. Okay, stop. No, the queer community are not the people who said this is a thing that is affecting us. That's not what's happened. That is what the lie is. That's what the lie is. That's not what happened. As Shafiq has already said in the chat, it's African countries that have been trying to tell the West about this for fucking ages. And there is a lie going around amongst the mainstream media that this is a queer-only disease. Right? You know?
To call it a public health emergency after headlines. A federal jury has convicted former Donald Trump advisor Steve Bannon.
Well, no. Have I got that wrong?
On 2 counts of criminal contempt of Congress for refusing to cooperate with the House Select.
The horrific Daily Mail article mentioned children who caught it with queer men in their family in close contact. Wait, was that HIV? Steve Banconen, yeah, I know. Yeah, apparently he's been like, thingied. Whatchamacallit? Appreciate the grace. Yeah, I'm not going to ban someone just for, like, getting something slightly wrong. Do you know what I mean? It's quite obvious that you're not, like, saying that, you know? You're a regular in the community. You know what I'm saying. There's a major selection bias with the testing because they're only testing gay men, yeah, huh? Oh, monkeypox. Is that... Wait, really? Oh my God. Well, I don't know why I'm surprised. Holy shit, that's fucked. Excuse me. The Philosophy Tube video on him is very good. Hello, Caitlin. How are you doing today? Welcome in.
Committee to investigate.
Yeah, he's been like convicted, but like I don't know what that means. Like, is he gonna do jail time? Some right wingers are trying to combine the whole pedo jacketing with kids getting monkeypox. Incredibly fucked up. Oh, okay. Yeah, same shit again. Yeah, yeah. They're trying to be like, yeah, groomer. Yeah, queer people are groomers, and they're giving monkeypox to kids. Right? Okay. Yeah.
The January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. After Trump lost the 2020 race, Bannon helped devise ways to overturn the election and keep Trump in the White House. Bannon is expected...
The outbreaks in the Imperial Court were picked up in the gay community first, at least in part because the rashes and lesions are similar to those caused by AIDS. That's not what I heard, so I apologize, Exile Green. I apologize, Shafiq. I guess I'm wrong about that. I thought it was actually... My fucking... recollection was just like people just started talking about it. It was just like a thing. It wasn't attached to any community. It was just like people were like, oh, monkeypox is happening, and then all of a sudden it started being like, you know. So yeah, I guess I got that wrong, but yeah, it doesn't matter. Regardless, the point of the conversation is that this is being like attached to the queer community, right? And I guess what I'm trying to say is like, I don't know. I get like, because, you know, I feel like this is something that happened with like Shigella. You know about Shigella, like the disease you get from eating ass? And I was like, oh, right, okay, this is like a thing that only the queer community are talking about. So like, yeah, it kind of makes sense that we would be like, oh, actually, you know, people in our communities recognize when there's a problem and seek treatment. Well, yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? You know? Yeah. Okay, fair enough. My apologies, Exile. My apologies.
He's scheduled to be sentenced in October. He faces up to 1 or 2 years in prison. This comes as Republican Congressmember Liz Cheney says that
Anyway, about this, you know... Will Steve Bannon get jail time? Will he do, you know, will he get anything? Right, like 1 or 2 years in prison for what he did. I'm just like, this sucks. It absolutely sucks.
January 6th committee might subpoena Ginny Thomas, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, if she refuses to answer questions about her role in the effort to overturn the election. In related news, the editorial pages of the Wall Street Journal and New York Post, which are both owned by Rupert Murdoch, have slammed on...
This motherfucker is like responsible for 90% of the world's ills. Like, honestly, it's so bad. So bad. Weren't leather communities big in getting sexual health be a thing that's taught? I would assume, yeah, because, you know, when we watched Rebel Lesbians, Rebel D-Words in the Discord, queer people who were like more radical and more like kink aware seemed to be like the same, you know? So it's like if there are more like kink aware queer people, generally speaking, they're going to be more like radical, generally speaking. It's not always the case, you know? So it's one of those. Nutton says, are they going to prosecute Clapper for lying to Congress about illegal surveillance? Thank you, Edward Snowden. I don't know what you're referring to. What you want about, but welcome in. Rupert Murdoch is one of those guys that's just like comically evil in a category with the Bezoses of the world. Yeah, literally comically evil. The world is run by Captain Planet villains, yeah.
And New York Post, which are both owned by Rupert Murdoch, have slammed Donald Trump for refusing to call off his supporters as they attack the Capitol on January 6th.
So, you know, the thing is about Trump is that, like, the rats are leaving the sinking ship. And I don't think that this is because they disagree with Trump's policies or, like, what Trump wants. But we are seeing like a rise in support for DeSantis. And it's very likely that DeSantis is going to be running for president in 2024. So, you know, you can see a lot of people, and I've heard some other, you know, friends of the stream, like people that we raid and stuff, you know, other leftist streamers saying this, saying that it's highly likely that, you know, DeSantis is going to be the new Trump, essentially. Yeah, the GOP is going to cut off its tail. I think it's like cutting its losses now, because these people are just like so concerned about the media. Yeah, DeSantis is way worse. Yeah, this is the thing. It's like, you know, but you know, DeSantis is more palatable. This is the thing. I was in Zakap's stream. Is that how you say his name? Zakap stream earlier today, and he was watching a video about like how Fox News made like Richard Nixon look good. And this is the thing about politics. This is the thing about electoral politics, the machine of electoral politics. They're just concerned about palatability and electability. That's why when people call people elective, I've understood what it means now, chat. I've understood what it means. I used to get so mad when in my country they would say that Jeremy Corbyn is unelectable, right? You know, because if you look at that word, it's like, well, no, anyone is electable, right? But what they're talking about is media interpretation, like media opinion of, and you know, electorate opinion of a person. And they were right. Jeremy Corbyn was unelectable under, you know, the way that sort of like think tanks and political, I don't know what the word is, but they have like a media promotional thing. You know what I mean? Trump was the one who would break the status quo's wall, and through the breach, the GOP is going to fill state and federal positions with deeper fascists. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. Ideally, there'll be a bitterly contested primary between Trump and DeSantis. Right, the fucking, the shit will, you know, the media machine will love that. Yeah, the media machine will love that for the Republicans. Uh-huh. When I feel accelerationist, I appreciate Trump. He's a loose cannon and destroying those around him. Yeah, but accelerationist shit is bad. You know? Yeah, DeSantis is Trump, but actually has some of the degree of competence to implement the GOP's fascist policies. I agree. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that Trump wasn't incompetent per se, but I do think that he was more concerned with, what do you call it? I'm having such a bad ADHD brain day today, gang. What is it when, you know, public opinion. Like, that's what he cares about. He cares about public opinion. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Yanchfim. I know what you're saying, but, like, I'm talking about unelectability from the point of view of, like, political promoters and stuff. Like, you know, the people who work on campaigns to make media figures look like, you know, better than what they are, kind of thing. Like the people who helped Nixon get elected and shit, you know?
In its editorial, the New York Post
more
wrote,
concerned with himself than the agenda.
It's up to the Justice Department to decide if this is a crime. But as a matter of principle, as a matter of character, Trump has proven himself unworthy to be this country's chief executive again.
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying, Yanchfim, yeah.
China's reportedly issued stark warnings to the Biden administration over a planned trip by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan. China's public.
Hey, Ludo, what's going on? This is it, chat, by the way. This is it now. The Democrats are in power to, like, start a war with China, or at least a proxy war in Taiwan. And DeSantis or Trump are going to be the people that, like, you know, try to carry it to victory or some shit like that. I don't fucking know. You know, that's what it feels like is gonna happen.
Strong measures if Pelosi makes the trip in August. But according to the Financial Times, China's privately warning the Biden administration it may respond militarily. Pelosi's trip has also faced opposition from within the Biden administration.
Do we know what our Taiwanese comrades think about this situation? What I know about Taiwan is that, like, they want liberation from China, right? And that's like a widely known thing. but using liberation from China as a buffer for, you know, a world war is extremely fucked up, right? Extremely fucked up. It's kind of like what, you know, the US is doing to Ukraine right now. Like, if the US really cared about Ukraine, they would have troops on the ground, but they don't, right? They literally don't. Because in thinking about it more and more, I'm thinking like, well, maybe the US don't want troops on the ground because it's going to cause a world war. But then I thought, well, no, hang on a minute. That's the reason that Russia invaded Ukraine, because they aren't part of NATO. And so they don't have US troops on the ground. And so, like, they wouldn't attack a NATO nation, right? So it's like, it just makes sense that, like, the US is sort of, like, delaying this, like, inevitable, like, huge thing, right? Yeah, how does liberation go during world wars? Yeah. Hey, half a laptop, what's going on? I did not know who DeSantis was for a second. Gotta go do some reading and catching up. Oh, he's just a huge piece of shit. He's like the governor of Florida. Yeah, Nancy Pelosi is visiting Taiwan. That's what's going on. The Czech liberal establishment adores Taiwan. They often use it as a weapon against China. Yeah, well, this is it, right? You know? I got some Taiwanese mates because my school partnered a summer student program. They're all very much for liberation, but not for war in any form. Exactly. And obviously the Ukraine situation isn't exactly the same as the Taiwan situation, because Taiwan is occupied by China. It has been for fucking years. Ukraine is currently being annexed by Russia. It's different, right? It's fucking different.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan reportedly opposes the trip out of a concern it could escalate tension in the region. If the trip goes ahead, Pelosi would become the most senior U.S. official to visit Taiwan in 25 years. At least 17 Haitians, including an infant, have died after a boat capsized near the Bahamas.
That's right, Vaughn, yeah.
The boat was carrying dozens of people who are trying to seek refuge in the United States.
Damn.
25 people were rescued. Bahamian officials said they have arrested 2 individuals from the Bahamas on suspicion of human smuggling. This comes as Haiti faces a dire economic crisis amidst increasing violence between rival armed groups. In Haiti's capital, Port-au-Prince, more than 300 people, including many children, have taken refuge in a high school to escape the violence. According to the United Nations, more than 934 people have been killed in Port-au-Prince so far this year.
Haitian refugees, a.k.a. the same refugees that under Biden's administration had white sheriffs on horseback chasing them through fields in like a southern state somewhere that's near Haiti, like whipping them. Just to remember, in case you forgot that Biden is the bad guy too. That's a thing that happened. That's a thing that fucking happened. And this sucks. Yet again, this is a result of meddling by the Imperial Core, get the IMF trying to force states to have a government that they approve of. You know, the government that they approve of will always be far more corrupt, far more right-wing, far more destabilizing than any left-wing government. And of course, this is the result that we see in the imperial periphery, you know?
The UN has also documented nearly 700 kidnappings. More than 1,100 people have been rescued in recent days as they attempt to cross the Mediterranean on boats to seek refuge in Europe. The German group Sea-Watch says it carried out 5 rescue operations over a 24-hour period and saved over 440 people. Meanwhile, the Italian Coast Guard said it rescued nearly 700 who were packed on a fishing boat off the coast of Libya. 5 deaths were reported. In Tunisia, early turnout was light today as voters went to the polls to decide on whether to accept a new constitution put forward by President Kais Saied that would give his office sweeping new powers. Many opposition groups are boycotting today's vote, which comes exactly 1 year after he ousted the prime minister and suspended parliament in a move decried by critics as a coup.
So, I don't know if Democracy Now! Is going to cover this, but we covered this, I think, either on Positive Leftist News a week or two ago, and I think we may have covered it on Red Planet, but I might be making that up because sometimes things blur into one for me. But Tunisia is actually undergoing like a general strike at the moment. There are like plenty of people, when Amy says a lot of different groups are like boycotting the vote, that's what she's referring to. There's a lot of like people who are just basically saying, fuck this, we're not having this guy be a fascist, we're not having this guy just be like a fucking, you know, whatever, sort of like oppress people's human rights and shit like that. And so we're just gonna strike and shit. So that's a thing that's happening. So it's important to remember that while this is a terrible thing that's happening, there is opposition to this.
In California, some 2,000 firefighters are battling a large wildfire near Yosemite National Park that exploded in size over the weekend.
Damn.
The Oak Fire has burned nearly 16,000 acres and is 0% contained. In New Mexico,
might be time to learn about, you know, how to control forest fires from indigenous people, USA. Might be time to actually, like, you know, get some of that knowledge. Like, you know, just saying, this shit never happened when indigenous people were, you know, in control of the states. Well, control, you know.
Mexico, 2 people were killed, a third missing after flash flooding struck an area that recently burned in the state's largest wildfire on record. Elsewhere in New Mexico.
Oh, just for the record, I have no idea how to control forest fires. I don't know. Rake the leaves. What is that? Isn't that what Trump said or some shit? I don't know. Isn't that what Trump said? He was like, we're going to rake the leaves. I don't know. A lot of what the Imperial Court does when reporting on peripheral developments like these is they frame it like peripheral peoples just accepting their dictatorships and do nothing. Yeah, that's a little criticism that I've got of democracy now right there. It's just sort of like, you know, listen, this is like a thing that's not actually just happening, like, you know. Yeah, he did say rake the leaves, didn't he? Yeah, he did. Control burns, right? That's I think that is the traditional indigenous way of like looking after forests and stuff. Yeah, collected all the dry old wood and did control burns. Right, there you go. There you go. As a Brit, do you know what happened to the indigenous people of the various parts of the United Kingdom? Yeah, they were tortured and killed and executed and you know, destroyed for refusing to take part in Roman Catholicism and then like Protestant Christianity, and then, you know, what you've got to remember about the indigenous people of the UK, of Britannia, right, the British Isles, is that like the sort of like a very small population of like, you know, Neolithic Europe, right? And the Anglo-Saxons invaded us. It was, or something like that, like the Anglo-Saxons, and then it was the while that was going on, there was a lot of different fighting, you know, from like tribes in the north, like the Picts and the Celts and stuff like that. There's a lot of like, it's been lost for so long, you know, what actually happened to like the indigenous people of Britons is no idea. Yeah, Anglo-Saxons, then the Normans. Sorry. I believe it was the Celts were just like chilling, or like, you know, they kind of like came into Britain from mainland Europe and stuff. And then what else? The Vikings, Anglo-Saxons, you know, Normans, and then there was like a bunch of different like shit that happened after the Normans, and that was basically it. And then after the Normans, it was generally speaking like pagans were just like executed as witches. That's basically what happened, you know.
A stretch of the Rio Grande River outside of Albuquerque has run dry for the first time in 40 years.
I don't know how accurate it is to say this, but I would probably say that the closest to indigenous people that you could get in like the UK, the British Isles, would be like the Scots, the Irish, and the Welsh, you know? There's a reason why Celtic Reconstructionism is a reconstruction. The indigenous cultures of Britain were, for the most part, successfully genocided either through death, the Highland clearances, or cultural subsumption. Exactly. Which is why it's not even really accurate to say that the Irish and the Scots and the Welsh are, indigenous kind of thing. You know what I mean? CFC Hearts says, are the Welsh even people or just sheep in disguise? Got a Chelsea Football Club icon as his profile picture. Damn, I was trying to come up with a good fucking like. I was trying to come up with a good like I'm shagging your dad joke, but I can't. I'm shagging your dad. I cummed in your dad. I cummed in your dad, and then your dad cummed on me. And then we rubbed it all over each other and we kissed. We snogged. There you go. Whatever. I'm fucking tired today.
This follows.
Don't bother with an unban request because, like, if you're going to be that weird against the Welsh, you're going to be weird about other people, innit? You're going to be weird about other people. Like, imagine being that much of a white supremacist that, like, you're like, oh, the Welsh are subhuman. Are you serious, bro? Like, are you fucking serious?
It was 3 consecutive years of extreme drought in the region. This comes as a heat wave continues.
I'm also not a fan of comparing the Highland clearances to what's been done to indigenous populations around the world. Who did that? Who actually did that? I don't think anyone actually did that, Subided. Can you just point out to me who did that? I'm not seeing anybody in the chat say that those two things are the same. But, if someone has said that, then, I will sort it out. Yeah, no, you definitely didn't say it's Sorka because that's who I thought Subided was referring to, and I read what you said, and it's not what you said.
Across much of the United States, more than 85 million people were under a heat warning or heat advisory on Sunday.
It's a thing people in general sometimes do. Oh, yeah, well, sure. Like, this is like a thing. Right. So it's like when the people who do that, more often than not, right, are just white supremacists. Like, they're saying shit like that in order to be like, oh, well, indigenous people in Britain had that done to them as well. And they're only saying it to be like, what about? You know what I mean? They're only saying it to be like, what about kind of thing, Yeah, this is the thing. It's like, look, if no one said it here, like, come on, like, no one's, I just want people to like, okay, doesn't matter, whatever, who cares, we're moving on.
All-time record high of 102 degrees Fahrenheit Sunday, capping Newark's first ever streak of 5 consecutive days of triple-digit heat. Here in New York City, activists declared Friday a climate emergency day as they observed the famous climate clock in Union Square ticking down from 7 years to 6 years. The clock marks the estimated time left to keep global heating under 1.5 degrees Celsius. Speaking with ABC's This Week, former Vice President Al Gore said on Sunday that extreme weather events will get even worse without immediate action on climate.
If we don't stop using our atmosphere as an open sewer, and if we don't stop these heat-trapping emissions, things are going to get a lot worse. More people will be killed, and the survival of our civilization is at stake.
A warning to our audience, this next story contains graphic footage and accounts of...
Okay, right. It's time for me to see what this is about and see if this is like a thing.
Police violence. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation has opened an investigation into police officers in the city of Oakland after they were filmed chasing a black man to his family's home and kicking in the front door.
Oh, I've seen this.
Tasing and violently arresting him. 25-year-old Brandon Calloway suffered multiple injuries to his arm, head, and left eye in the assault, which left him needing 8 stitches. Calloway's father says the beating left his son with severe psychological trauma. The violent arrest was captured on video by Calloway's girlfriend, who was screaming for the police to stop attacking her boyfriend. The video went viral on social media.
Okay, I think the video is done now.
After officers
oh, I can't shoot that. Holy shit. Fuck me, that was nearly goodbye to the VOD. Holy shit. I was just about to switch the fucking screen and oh gee, I can't show that.
32 miles an hour in a 20-mile-per-hour zone and rolled through a stop sign.
All cops, every single one of them are bastards. All of them.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
There we go, chat. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? We're done with the news. We are done with the news. Yeah, the description alone is enough, right? You know what I mean? It's like, like, black people are still being lynched in the USA despite fucking all sorts of, you know, huge uprisings like the George Floyd uprising and shit like that. It's not enough to say that we need to reform the police. We need to abolish the police, literally. AC Dab, all cops, even your dad, are bastards. That's pretty good. I like that. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Amy. Right, listen. I've got a bit more upbeat content for you now. We're done with the Doomer Hour, right? We're gonna check out the cinematic trailer for Scorn, which is a video game that I have funded on Kickstarter. I backed it on Kickstarter for like a long, long time. And I'm very, very excited to play it. I know that I say to people in the chat, I will not be doing video game streams because it fucks with my average viewership. But unfortunately, when Scorn comes out in October, I am going to absolutely tank my average viewership because I will be streaming that game because it's the only way that I could justify spending that amount of time on a video game to myself, in that I will potentially be able to make a bit of money while doing it. Look forward to that. We're going to be playing this. I'm going to be streaming this in October when it comes out. If you saw the trailer for Mad God, it's kind of similar to Mad God, but like video game. Content warning for like gore and like a bit of grossness, you know? Hey DJ, what's going on? Welcome in. Looks like HR Geiger tastes like strawberry. It kind of does look like that. That's what the video kind of looks like. So we're going to jump back into just chatting real quick just for this video. Very excited to check this out. Damn, this looks fucking phenomenal. So, like, I already played the alpha of this. There was, like, an alpha available back in, oh, God, I want to say, like, 2019 or something. And it was extremely good. It was extremely good for like a lot of reasons. This game absolutely, if they're sticking with the same kind of stuff that they were doing back in the alpha, it's literally not like holding your hand kind of gameplay, and there aren't like very obvious, like, this is set in a world where there is no human stuff. Like, nothing in this world is human. There are like things that you could describe as humanoid for sure, but in this world, literally nothing is human. It's like a combination of like horror, you know, puzzle solving, you know, and just kind of like just a very, very cool fucking game. There's a reason that I backed this fucking game, chat, you know? Oh, spicy going chicken curry sounds amazing, Mr. Dank. Yeah, get it done. Like, so there's lots of puzzles like this where you'll like find like a thing that comes out of like another thing, and it's like you'll grab it, and then it'll be like, it doesn't tell you what to do, but like you can see that there's things that you can like interact with it on it. So you'll like look at a thing and you'll put your hand in it and it'll have this goop in it, and you'll be like, beep 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 beep, you know, like, oh, it's so good. You'll like turn one dial and like a fucking like bit of gloop will just go, you know, and shit like that. It's fucking great. Geiger gore, yeah, very Geiger. Very, very Geiger. Very metal. It's all meat, it's all meat. They're made out of meat. Damn, it just looks so dope. Look at that, it's dripping, it's so drippy. Does it ever eat your hand? No. No, I don't know. Thrash meat. We've all had experiences with things where goop comes out. That's true. Heavy metal. Yeah. Yeah, the ambience is fucking great. Like, see shit like that, it's like, wait, what does that mean? Why would you do that? You get like a weird goopy thing and you put it into your blood, and then you put it into like a weird skull thing, and then something happens. Like, what does it even mean?
Desolate and decayed. A grisly nightmare of macabre perception. Greetings. I'm your host, Doug Bradley.
Oh, it's fucking Doug Bradley! Oh my god, I'm shitting, I'm pissing, I'm coming, I'm so excited.
I invite you to join me as we explore Scorn's mesmerizing labyrinth of odd forms.
You don't know who Doug Bradley is? He played Pinhead in Hellraiser 1 and 2. And I think 3, but I can't remember.
Somber tapestries. You awake in the middle of a desolate hellscape filled with biomechanical contraptions, part flesh, part machine. An industrial civilization now lying in decay and ruin.
Oh, this is gonna rock so much. I know, Joe, I know.
Within the underbelly of the world, wanting nothing more than to be left undisturbed.
There's just weird little guys everywhere.
Been carefully crafted with great attention to detail. Everything is focused on building a specific atmosphere. From a unique organic ecosystem to an unsettling soundscape created by Ethek and Lustmord. Scorn has no dialogue, so most of the storytelling comes from the environment, discovering the ever-present symbiotic relationships and how things are connected equips you with the tools to progress.
That's the thing that I really liked about the alpha gameplay for Scorn, is that it is literally like exactly what he says. There is no dialogue. There is no text. It doesn't tell you like anything. It's just like you just have to kind of work it out for yourself. It is actually like I think the reason that I backed it is because the way that they described it in the Kickstarter was like, we want to make it as real as possible and make you feel like you've actually stepped into an alien world and you don't understand anything. Like what it would be like to be like picked up, dropped into an alien world. You have no concept of what's going on around you, no concept of like the language, the fucking the architecture, the everything. You know, what is this beautiful house? Oh no, it's not that. It's not that tune, is it? It's not that. It's Call Me Al. It's Call Me Al. Man walks down the street and maybe it's the first world, maybe it's the third world, maybe it's his first time around, doesn't know the language. You know, that one. Anyway. I knew there was a tune to describe it, but like that's the tune I'm thinking of. Hey, Colossus TV, like goth backrooms? No, nothing like the backrooms, because the backrooms is at least like a liminal space based on, you know, human architecture. Like, this is not based on human architecture whatsoever, right? I want to call it emergent gameplay, but I think that's only if it's unintentional. I don't know what emergent gameplay means. Is that like new gameplay that like doesn't really like exist or whatever? I don't know. It's like when you try and fill out taxes. That's right, Gumba Master, yeah. Yeah. And it is like, yeah, the line between machines and flesh is like blurred. Like, I don't know what it means. You know? I hope the Metroid Prime 4 devs are taking notes. I miss that distinctly alien world feeling. Yeah, you could call me Al. Yeah. I said that before I changed it, yeah. Yeah.
While there is shooting within the game, Scorn is not a shooter.
No.
Every encounter must be carefully considered. A wrong choice could be deadly.
Fuck yeah, let's go.
I hope you've enjoyed this glimpse into the twisted world of Scorn. The team at Ebb Software can't wait for you to uncover the secrets of this unique...
See, like that right there. Trying to figure out how to get from like A to B, and it's like, oh, okay, the two tubes, they just come together and make a big tube.
At Ebb Software can't wait for you to uncover the secrets of this unique world.
Hey, Christian, how are you doing?
As you experience Scorn firsthand this October. Are you prepared to unravel your inner self within Scorn's world of horror?
Oh, I was born ready. You've got no idea how much I can't wait for this. Literally just in time for Halloween. Spooky, spunky video game time. It's perfect. You know? Very, very excited for this. Very, very excited. So yeah, that's it. Hey, Beanie Gaby, what's going on? Born to Scorn. That's right. Yeah, it fucks so hard, honestly. I swear to God. So, you know, I don't know if they're accepting more Kickstarter donos anymore. I'm not sure, but like I think you can still support the game. At least you can like support it on Steam by like wishlisting it and shit. Yeah. Like pre-ordering it would like probably be the best way to support it at this point. Yeah. Absolutely. Bridge goes slurp. Hey Juice, how you doing? What's going on? That's your birthday? Skron. That's right, it's fucking Skron. Drawn out of lurk for the wordplay as usual. I love that shit. Let's go. Born to Scorn, forced to swipe. Swipe. It's Gorin time. I'm excited for Sweet Transit. 2 more days. What's that? I ain't never heard of that. Good to see you, Colossus TV. Not seen you in a while. How you doing? Yeah, it's got a Steam page. Well, I know it's got a Steam page because I think that's how you played the alpha. Hold up. Let me just scroll down to S. Oh, no, it's Scorn Alpha demo. Yeah. So I have the Scorn Alpha demo. It's fucking sick. It's literally like an hour long, the alpha demo, but like it took me an hour because I was really struggling to find out exactly what to do because it's just so hard. Hey, Emmy, how you doing? I'm used to seeing melded machine and flesh being like one corrupting the other. I really like this. Hell yeah. I love how the narrator dips into a slight gurgle as the main character got absorbed into a pool. So like Doug Bradley is phenomenal. If you've not watched Hellraiser, you should watch it simply for the fact that it's like a horror story written by a queer guy. You know? Get it fucking done. Check out Hellraiser. Watch it. It holds up today as well, to be honest. That's like the 3rd game that launches around your birthday that you want to play. What are the other 2 games that you want to play around your birthday? But yeah, that really was good for me. That it was a nice little surprise that Doug Bradley was doing the narration there, you know? Literally rewatched Hellraiser last night. It goes.
Some fight back.
Is that like the new way of saying it fucks? Hellraiser is in the one with the weird box that brings the torture demons out, like the pin face guy. That's right. Yes. No worries, Sorka. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you go lie down, honestly. Yeah, he sounded amazing as the narrator. I love that shit so much. Oh, Persona on PC, A Plague Tale Requiem. Ooh. I didn't know they were going to do a Plague Tale Requiem. Is the second Plague Tale game out, or is that the second Plague Tale game? Maybe I'll do that as part of my Patreon streams. By the way, you should become a patron, because I got a new video coming out tomorrow. It's already out for tier 2 and 3 patrons on my Patreon. But check it out. It's really good. It's about like activism, like how to get inspired, how to start activism, how to start organizing, which I know a lot of people in the stream asked me about. Plague Tale Requiem is a sequel of the first one. Gotcha. Halloween is going to be full of stuff to play and watch? Hell yeah, that's right. That's fucking right. Do you think if they make the Lament configuration today, it will be a gacha game? And you just get like little chibi Cenobites? Yeah. I think you're right. It'd be a gacha game, and you get like a little chibi Cenobite that comes alive later on when you're least expecting it. You know? I want Scorn to have a gentle giant creature. Not all creatures in Scorn are hostile. Definitely. Definitely, that's a fact. Like, I remember that from the alpha demo. So. Listen, chat. It's time for us to watch a leftist video essay. And this one is called Tankies. It's from a guy called Badmouse. And I don't know much about Badmouse, but I asked about Badmouse in the stream ideas section of the Discord, which you should join if you're not part of, by the way, because we have cool stuff going on in there. Boom. We're going to take a look at this guy's take on Tankies. You watched it, it's kind of, you know, well, let's have a look at it and let's dissect it together. Because that's what I'm looking to do. Badmouse made a decent video after the Princess Flowers debate, calling out some white supremacist stuff. Well, let's have a little look. Let's have a little look at this Tankies video all together. And we will critique it. We will have a little look at it. Let's go. I imagine you're a second thought enjoyer. I don't really know second thought. No opinion, sorry. Did Badmouse do the white leftism video? I don't know. I don't know. This is the first time I've ever heard of Badmouse. Ever. In my life. Badmouse did call out Ian. Okay, that's good. That's good to know. That's a good start. That's definitely a good start. I guess I can kind of like forgive the criticism that like Gree had, which is that like he didn't really know stuff about like Eastern European ex-Soviet states. But I believe he deleted those videos, right, Gree? Did you say that? I might have got that wrong though. I feel like it's like understandable to make mistakes about stuff like that. You might be thinking about John the Duncan's video on left-wing white supremacy. Yeah, true, yeah. Yeah, you don't see him in his list, in his video list anymore. Listen, like, a leftist video essay that listens to criticism and deletes videos if they're bad, that's pretty good in my opinion. You're like owning up that you were wrong and shit and being like, okay, well, let's remove that content. That's pretty cool. I'm down for that. So, let's jump back into the politics section and probably get some more weirdos with like football clubs in their profile picture, which is just a weird thing That's not happened in a long time. Actually, I don't know. It's important to never be wrong. You're right, actually. You're right. Can literally just never be wrong. You can just absolutely never be wrong. Not gonna be here for the next couple of streams. Need to fix my sleep schedule, but I definitely want to see your thoughts on this video. Yeah, no worries, honestly. Football dudes, we will shag your dads and come on your already crusty flags. I agree. Never heard of this person, but if someone owns up to their faults, that's at least something. Yeah, that's for real. Very proud of the fact that I'm never incorrect. Yes, I am also never wrong. Literally never wrong. I'm so smart. I'm the smartest boy. Because that's what leftism is about. It's about being the smartest boy. And everyone else is less smart than you. And so you're more important and everybody listens to you. That's what leftism is about. Anyway, let's check it out. I'm Dr. Steve Brule. For your health. Yes, we are the humblest people. I'm wrong 99.7% of the time, but that 0.3% is really fucking important, right? Oh, God. Admitting your mistakes means leaving them up unaltered, actually. Yes, that's right. Do not change them. Do not apologize. Do nothing. Okay, I'm nearly ready to switch scenes. Content warning. I don't know what the content warning for this video would be. Mentions of, I don't know. So, I know in the first, like, few minutes he talks about, like, Soviet Russia and shit. I don't know. USSR stuff. I guess I'll put. He might actually be talking about World War II. He does not talk about World War II. I can tell you that for a fact. Tragically, no matter how smart I am, as a non-boy, I will never be leftism. Well, this is it. This is it. This is it. You know? This is it. Leftism only for boys. You know, cis-het white boys, actually. Just to, you know, specify. Anyway... Yeah, it's very important for white leftists to prove how much more they know about every topic. Right, exactly, yeah. That's what it's about. It's not about, you know, doing anything good or based. Anyway. Let's check this out, gang. Now, I'm going to try and get captions for this video, but they're not on YouTube.
In 1953, chairman of the USSR Joseph Stalin died. In the following years, Nikita...
Why am I not getting... Hang on. Settings, more tools, print, settings. CC. Subtitles. Oh my fucking subtitles. Accessibility. Caption preferences. Live caption. Where is it? Why can't I see it? Automatically creates captions for English and audio and video. They never leave your device. Wait, what? For God's sake. That's okay, Semiotic. I will be uploading this as with all of my streams to the VOD channel. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You get to your meeting. Don't worry about it. Quill be back. Caption quality of the tab size 200. Dim window content. Window color black. Window transparency. How do I make captions work? They're not working.
Leader Khrushchev would eventually assume power, and in 1956 he shocked the world by denouncing Stalin in his so-called secret speech before the Comintern, and began a process of de-Stalinization across the Union. Later that year, the Hungarian People's Republic, a Warsaw Pact nation, was having some disagreements with Soviet influence.
You could turn on Auto CC on your personal Twitch viewers if nothing else works. Does my CC work for the video? Will that show up on Twitch? Hold up, let me just try. I think that is how that works. CC settings. Hang on, I can't do this from here, chat. Can someone check for me that it works with the video and what I'm saying?
An uprising had begun, and under the leadership of ex-NKVD officer Imre Nagy, the Magyars withdrew from the Warsaw Pact. As a result of this, Khrushchev retaliated by sending in forces, along with tanks, into Budapest to crush the rebellion, and after a few days of fighting, the Soviets established control and Nagy was eventually deposed.
It only comes up for what I'm saying. Damn, this fucking sucks. Why is it like this? I don't know why my captions aren't showing up. Caption preferences, live caption. Turn it back on. Try again. No. Oh, here it is!
The organized left were miffed.
Found it.
Such a brazen act of force so publicly displayed definitely caused some confusion in the established...
Let's pull it back. Let's pull it back. Let's pull it back. Here we go. Has it always been like that, Juice?
In 1953, chairman of the USSR Joseph Stalin died. In the following years, Nikita Khrushchev would eventually assume power, and in 1956 he shocked the world by denouncing Stalin in his so-called secret speech before the Comintern, and began a process of de-Stalinization across the Union. Later that year, the Hungarian People's Republic, a Warsaw Pact nation, was having some disagreements with Soviet influence. An uprising had begun, and under the leadership of ex-NKVD officer Imre Nagy, the Magyars withdrew from the Warsaw Pact. As a result of this, Khrushchev retaliated by sending in forces, along with tanks, into Budapest to crush the rebellion, and after a few days of fighting, the Soviets established control and Nagy was eventually deposed. But in the West, many of the organized left were miffed. Such a brazen act of force so publicly displayed definitely caused some confusion in the established understandings that many socialists had. The coming months saw many splits across the continent with the...
So here we go, Gree's first piece of criticism, which I really do appreciate. It wasn't very shocking, to be honest. Stalin was a horrific leader. Thanks to him, the Soviet Union almost crumbled under Nazi pressure during World War II. There you go.
Those either supporting or opposing the Soviet line, the most notable of which occurred in the OG Communist Party of Great Britain, of which reporter Peter Fryer, who had been in Budapest during the fighting, was barred and eventually kicked out for writing in opposition to the crackdown. In light of this event, and more prominently after the Prague Spring in '68, the supporters came to be known under the pejorative Tanky. Because, you know, tanks. Now that's the original meaning of the word. Importantly, it was Marxist.
As far as I know, that is the origin of the word tanky. It's basically people who support a authoritarian crackdown on dissent within communist states, right? Of course, the word tanky is nowadays used in a racist fashion to basically just be like, oh, anyone who exists outside of the imperial core, for example, people in Vietnam who like love Marxist-Leninism and Marxist-Leninism. Is that even the right way to say that? You know, don't form, they don't just form an anarchist society. I can't believe that they just don't form an anarchist society. You know, even though they have all this pressure under the IMF and stuff, I would form an anarchist society if I was in Vietnam. I would do that. I would get rid of Marxist-Leninism and just have anarchism, actually. That's the way that it's used, generally speaking, nowadays on the internet, to basically have a go at people in Vietnam and Cuba, you know?
Marxist-Leninists calling out other Marxist-Leninists. Now today, of course, that's not how the word is used. Today, it tends to go by a variety of different definitions, and the line has also expanded to be used by a plethora of other left-wing groups, none of which ever tend to be
What is that? What is that fucking, like... What is that 4 one? I've never seen that before. What is that? Hey, Orrery, what's going on? Welcome in.
L. Now that's fine. Lots of words have changed their meaning over time, and it's very understandable that a small, concise word would be used as a catch-all rather than spending hours upon hours going into detail. The problem is that the word tanky hasn't just changed, it's become obtuse. It seems that a day doesn't go by where someone gets labelled a tanky for literally any purpose. Many times when the conversation in question has absolutely nothing to do with anything relevant. If I say...
Fourth International, what is that? What is Fourth International? Revolutionary Socialist International Organization... oh, Trotskyists. Oh, okay.
The word Dengist, you can probably ascertain to some extent what it means. Someone who supports China, post-Deng's market reforms, as a still socialist country or something thereof. There might be some margin for error, there might even be some fight back from some of those people. And don't even get me started on real Dengism in China today. But nevertheless, in 2022, we can understand what is meant by that word as we use it. Tanky, on the other hand, is not quite as simple. You might begin by saying that it's if you support the invasion of Hungary, but like I said, unless it's specifically brought up.
Greece says, I think the reason why Badmouse thinks the denunciation of Stalin was shocking because the West had this perception that everybody was staunchly loyal behind Stalin. But Stalin was despised and his subordinates because... by his subordinates because of his unpredictable purges and centralization of Soviet power onto his figure. When he died, the Soviet leadership signed a breath of relief, sometimes literally. Also, de-Stalinization happened to stabilize relations between Soviet Russia and satellite states. This was my understanding of how things went. Yeah, but it's like, the West did have a perception of... So I guess he says it's shocking, right? From the perception of the West, right? It's shocking from the perception of the communist parties of the West. Perhaps.
Up in most conversations today, that is not what it's about. Back in my day, it was usually something about North Korea. As I've gotten older, discourse seems to have edged more and more towards the China angle. So sometimes you'll see these two words being used interchangeably.
Yeah.
No, I think it's fair to say that
I could definitely say is true for sure, right? You know what I mean? Like people will call people who support China a tanky. And it's like, well, yeah, I guess the right way to describe somebody who supports China as it exists now is Dengist, right? Is that right? Am I getting that right? Am I following this? You didn't even mention the Berlin uprising against Soviet rule. Right, yeah, that happened all the time, yeah. That happened all the time.
We're looking for something a bit more ideological rather than a specific event. Others might argue that it's simply Marxist-Leninists. But apart from some die-hard anarchists...
There's always one.
That's right. Many people will always be able to find some exception to someone for some reason, and the very origins of the term speak to an inherent differentiation within that group, at which point you just start quantifying it and it always gets messy. It's frankly even worse if we decide upon authoritarian socialists, which... Look, even beyond on-authority discourse, which is a fucking bore, you can't just arbitrarily add authoritarian to any specific definition and think that you've made helpfulness. Right like the word in question, it becomes vague and selective. I've always wondered why supporters or admirers of Tito's benevolent dictatorship often get a free pass. Next, we might say Western leftists who make apologisms for chauvinistic interventions that are contrary to the Leninist principles of self-determination. This one is better, but it's too contentious. Many are going to be very opposed to the idea that Leninism ever truly supported self-determination, no matter what Lenin may have said. So what about communists who believe in using force to suppress other left beliefs that may threaten party hegemony? I always find arguments like this.
Clarify, Dengism is a politico-economic philosophy of China. During the era of neoliberalism, Deng was China's leader during neoliberalism's rise. They believed some of neoliberalism had to be implemented for China to remain a strong competitor in the global market. Right, this is the thing, right? This is like why China became state capitalist, essentially. You know? Yeah, thanks for illuminating this. Yeah. I think most people who watch the stream probably have like little understanding of like ex-Soviet states and shit like that, you know?
It's a bit, what? Some tendencies might state that they don't want to use force, and they will point to their historic record as proof of this. But that's more because historically they were never faced with that situation in the first place.
Okay, right. My understanding of it is right. Okay, just wanted to make sure I was understanding that. Yeah.
Place, not because of ideology. To think that Trotsky wouldn't have done many of the things that Stalin did had he been the coffin bearer seems quite strange and great mannish, especially when you consider that many of Joe's ideas have their inception with Leon. Tanky is a leftist who supports the aesthetics of actually existing socialist countries. Well, yeah, that's a little bit superficial if you ask me.
Yeah, so that's the one that I was talking about in terms of like people who talk about people who support like Cuba and Vietnam, you know, when people are like criticizing people for doing that for some reason, like they don't understand the pressures that these countries have put on them by, you know, organizations like the IMF, like, you know, US trade embargoes and all that kind of shit.
Tanky is a leftist who engages in right-wing talking points.
Yeah, right. Okay, so this is what I used to think that Tanky was like a combination of this. So like, you know, your Caleb Morpins, your Jimmy Dawes, you know, shit like that, right? They're not really leftists, right? They're not really fucking leftists. So there's no point in calling them a Tanky. They're just reactionaries. They're reactionary right-wingers. That's all they are. You know. And as well, I used to think that it was people who supported like an authoritarian version of communism. So like Stalin's communism, you know? Now I'm getting mad in my own head about borders and stuff. Oh yeah, it sucks. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah. It's important to get mad about borders. They suck. They're made up. They don't mean anything.
Okay, right. Tanky is when you lie about land back or deny anti-white racism.
Wait,
no, I'm only paraphrasing, I'm afraid. That is something that I got accused of.
Oh, right. Yeah, so this is him talking about when he was like calling out debate bros. Right, there you go. Red Brown is a better descriptor of Morpin and Co. Yeah, I agree, yeah. I agree. People who stand the former socialist East German state, but people who do that are usually former nationals of that country and long for the social security low rents that the state had. Yeah. Uh-huh. As a native person, it's so weird. Yeah, it's just like... Yeah, this is the thing. It's like, you know, it's white people's hubris in it to be like, yeah, you know, the way that we think about the world is right. Like, we need to divide everything up into borders and shit, you know? Hey, Star Mist. Yeah, so land back is basically like an indigenous movement to have autonomy over the land that was stolen from them, essentially. And just to be able to like have more autonomy in general, you know, reparations for colonialism, settler white colonialism and shit like that. Land back conversations with white people is a lot. This is the thing. Don't fucking listen to me talk about land back. I could give you like a basic rundown of what it is, but if you want to hear what land back is, go listen to a native person. There are lots of native people, you know, in our community. You could actually check out Lost Sioux. You could also go and check out Twin Rabbit, but I don't know if Twin Rabbit streams on Twitch. Let me just grab a Twin Rabbit video. Or in fact, you can follow Twin Rabbit on Twitter. I think that's probably the best place to get at them. Just give me a sec. And as well, you can follow or yeah. This is the thing. When like white people talk about this shit, right? When white people talk about land back, they think like, oh, they're gonna kill all white people, they're gonna steal our houses, and it's like, well, you know, if you're gonna think that, you're getting it wrong. That's not what land back is, and you know, you're just like being racist. You're just like looking for an excuse to be racist. You're implying that indigenous people who have been called savages for fucking thousands of years and like uncivilized and violent and shit, you're implying that like that is correct. Like that is how they operate, right? Every single one of them. That indigenous people are a monolith, you know. So there's just like some very anti-indigenous stuff going on when people say that, right? Stuff like that. So anything like that, you need to really be mindful of. But yeah, go and check out @RabbitThoughts. Twin Rabbit's YouTube channel is right here as well. Really, really good. Really, really important shit. Go check out Stolen Anarchy. I don't think he's done any videos on Landback. Let's have a little look. But there are some good videos on Landback. I would feel, for whatever reason, I would have understood what landback was if it was 2 words. I don't know why. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Partly the fear is that the oppressed would like to do to the oppressors when they get empowered. Right. Exactly. And it's like, oh, so, you know, basically what you're saying is that you're afraid of being oppressed. Well, do you not think that you should end that oppression? Do you not think you should do everything in your power to, like, end that oppression, right? Such an absurd fear, you know. Yes, you could go and check out as well our lovely Tim on YouTube, on Twitter, shit like that. Conquest of Dread. Here is a link to Tim's channel as well, Tim's Maori, and I think we actually have up now on Red Planet the Indigenous panel. That was the beef between Professor Flowers and Voosh. Well, I don't like to say that there was beef between Professor Flowers and Voosh, right? What I like to say is that Ian wanted to get a woman of color on his platform to be a piece of shit and, you know, just be racist on his platform to him. You know what I mean? So that's literally it. I wouldn't say that there was beef. It doesn't really count as beef. It's just kind of like extremely shit racism. An excuse to rile up his community against black women. Let's have a little look. Oh, here we go. I like all the variants and spelling on vouch. I personally don't like to refer to him as Voosh or Vouch or anything like that anymore because I found out that apparently Vaush is like a character that he made up in order to be racist as well. Right, this is the video that I was thinking about. There we go. Radical indigeneity with Twin Rabbit, a neon green city, Conquest of Dread. So check that out. Check that out. That is the indigenous panel that we hosted on Red Planet. Extremely important if you're a settler colonial person. If you're a person who is, you know, living on settled land. Check it out. Watch it. I hear the most out-of-pocket anti-native shit out of people because I popped out blonde. It's so scary. Right, this is the thing, yeah. It's like, you know, people don't understand how, like, genetics work and shit like that and, you know, what people's ancestry means to them and stuff, you know? Anyway, so.
To me, is the epitome of what I've been talking about with tanky discourse in the modern day. It's confirmed to me how this superficial Venn association that we use has truly destroyed any chance of practical usage. But I will be fair. Tanky is when you do apologia for nominally leftist, or at least self-proclaimed leftist, regimes. Now that one I think at least comes to some general gist of what people might be saying. Although, let's not lie around and ignore that some states certainly get more of a pass than others. Fact remains, it took so long to get here, and with so many different interpretations, I've often found people can say that this is the definition right now, but suddenly switch whenever it becomes convenient. And
yep, that's pretty spot on, I'd say, to be honest.
as a newer, younger generation of leftists enters the fray, I've found that the word is evolving into a much more generic group signifier that pigeonholes people, far more than one of any actual substance. So much so that some people are often shocked when they discover that someone with one view from the pie doesn't hold the rest of them. Guess people aren't just one thing. Say what you want, that's not a good outlook. And it's not helpful to a good discussion either. Oftentimes it's simply used to shut people down, and you know it, be that for very understandable reasons, but also for the opposite. So that's my general thesis, colloquial or not, it's an overused word that hinders discussion because it's used so arbitrarily.
I agree for the most part. I think that's pretty spot on. Obviously there are some inconsistencies with actual, Eastern European experience under Soviet rule that Gree has pointed out, and Cynthia as well. But for the most part of it, I agree. It is a word that is used to shut people down more often than not. Cuba, Cuban people, Vietnamese people,
At least, that is probably where I would have stopped if you'd asked me some years ago. However, I'd now like to ask, just because we can't quantifiably pinpoint what a particular word is, even if the use of that word is detrimental, does that mean that such a thing doesn't exist?
Right, like
I
simp
don't
or
think
groomer.
so. From my
is it the same as simp? I guess simp has like lost some of its original meaning. I think that simp is a bit of a semi-slur used against like sort of, people who like to support women kind of thing, and it, like used against women in a misogynistic way. So I'm all for people like reclaiming that in terms of how it's been used in the vernacular, in common vernacular, especially on the internet. Groomer, definitely. Like, groomer is like, groomer fucking sucks. It's like, you can't, like, reclaim it, really. Like, you can't reclaim tanky because it's like, well, then you're just admitting that you're just, like, someone who likes to roll in with tanks and do stuff. You know what I mean? And, like, kill people. Simp is basically synonymous with white knight or soy boy now. Not in a lot of communities, certainly in right-wing communities. Like, simp is more reclaimable, but definitely not tanky for different reasons, and groomer. Like, you can't, for obvious reasons, like, you can't reclaim groomer, you know what I mean? You can't have communities going around saying, like, yeah, we're groomers, like, it's not gonna work. That's it. I'm reclaiming billionaire. Where was I now? Tangy constantly leverage against black revolutionary-minded people in the States. Yes, that is absolutely correct as well, semiotic. Yeah, absolutely correct. So, black nationalists do support land back a lot of the time. And, black nationalism is not white nationalism. It's completely fucking different. You know what I mean? So that's something to remember. I think most of this is like stemming from a lot of the conversations that happened around that time when Lua did have a conversation with Ian on his stream. Not really a conversation, more of a, when Lua was put on the back foot a lot by a prick, Right, it's a response to living under white supremacy. Yeah, black nationalism. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. German leftist discourse, you don't hear the word tanky, but you're essentially branded one when you say something like, well, you do realize where our current model for daycare for small children comes from, because before the reunification, you could not get kids in daycare under the age of 3 in West Germany. The Federal Republic adopted that from East Germany. Right, I mean, this is the thing. It's stupid to use it in that way. It's stupid to use it in that way. Do you know what I mean? Like, and that is the way that it is used all the time. Literally. For similar reasons, you know? Have you ever seen people with anti-tanky action in their bio? Fucking weird? Yeah, it is weird. It is weird. Muel, how can you be anti-racist if you include race in your social analysis? Right. Good point. You got me. You absolutely fucking got me. Destroyed, Cumstead, Dumpstead. I'm learning a lot here. It's Big Brain Mondays. It's Big Brain fucking Mondays, you know? Hey, Lithic Lyra, what's going on? Although people have reclaimed very wild stuff, the French quiz reclaimed pede, which came from pederast. Oh, I hate that. What? So, like, French queers basically call themselves pedos? Yeah, that just feels bad. That just feels pretty bad. I don't know. Maybe it has a... No, I think I'm reaching when I say maybe it has a different context. Yeah. I don't think it goes good to be, like, going around and saying, yeah, we're fucking... You know what I mean? We're pedos. Like, that just is not a good idea, in my opinion. Did he even put flowers on the back foot? I watched a bit of it, and he was basically just dense and fragile, sent his community to harass Professor Flowers. So what I mean by put on the back foot, maybe I'm using that term incorrectly. But what I mean is, he wasn't playing defense. He was always attacking. Yeah, not on a back foot. Right, yeah. I'm using that term wrong. Like, you know what I mean? To me, that term means like, you know, pushing someone into a corner kind of thing, right? You know, I didn't watch most of the fucking debate because it was a waste of time. As soon as I saw Lua, like, say for the second time, like, no, that's not what I'm saying. You're making things up about me. You know what I mean? So, that's that, really. I don't think power or wealth could be evolved in our class analysis. It's classist, right? Exactly. Hey, Rat Freak. Rat Freak says, I was a tanky for a while. I was working for the SWP in London as a teen. They were so fucking awful at doing anything but arguing and making excuses. How are the Socialist Workers' Party tankies? I'd be interested to know how the SWP are tankies. Because we're talking right now about how, like, the word tanky is misappropriated a lot. So, you know, why are you saying it again? Why are you, you know? Are you using the term correctly? Are you using it in a different way? Like, what is going on? I think she didn't realize the nature of how she was being branded until maybe weeks later. Oh, no, for sure. I think she knew she was getting shafted straight away. All right, Chaos. Thank you for being here, though. No worries. Honestly, no worries. Take it easy. Who is this Ian that everyone's talking about? Vosh. Hey, Johnny. How you doing? Go follow Johnny, everyone. Go follow Johnny's Twitch TV channel. It's there in the chat for you.
General experiences online, and especially now after recent events, I'd be dishonest if I said I hadn't seen a general average of sorts. After all, whilst these are all different definitions...
Like, you know, I don't know if you just, like, got in here. I don't know if you just got in here, like, I think you probably did, because as you can see here, these are all the different types of people who have been called tanky over, like, the last 10 years, right? In fact, over the last 50 years, last 60 years, you know? I was taught that tanky and Trotskyists are interchangeable. Am I wrong? Right, okay, so the SWP are Trotskyists? I didn't know that. I knew that they were rapist apologists. I knew that, like, what is it? Comrade Delta? You just logged in 2 minutes ago. Right, okay, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know that they were Trotskyists. That's interesting. I see people with lib leanings use tanky to refer to people who believe violence is an option in response to violent oppression. Right. This is another thing. This is the misunderstanding of violence as well. Yeah. That's a thing that happens too. So what is a tanky now? Is it an ML who supports violent suppression of dissenting ideologies? I think the point of this video is that the word tanky is meaningless now. So we shouldn't try and find meaning in it. I saw Ian get bodied by Caleb Morpin. Wait, what? And that told me all I needed to know about him? Wait, what? No! Yeah, violence is not just like one thing, right? Exactly, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
After all, whilst these are all different definitions, they are all pointing towards some general thing. It would be uncharitable of me to ignore the phenomena completely, just
I'd be surprised to see a dead toad get bodied by Caleb Morpin. That's what I'm thinking, like, how the fuck? If Ian got absolutely cumstered and dumpstered in a debate by Caleb Morpin, that would actually probably be extremely funny to watch. I think that would be like the only debate content that I would ever watch. I can't think of a thing I'd want to see less than Morpin and Ian debating. Oh, do you not think it would be funny? I think it would be so funny. I think that would be so funny. You know, to watch it and be able to be like, okay, we know that these two are fucking stupid, right? Not even stupid, just like willfully ignorant. They're not stupid. They're just willfully ignorant. You know, which I guess you could argue is how people use stupid in context nowadays, vernacular wise. But anyway, you know, it's going to be entertaining. That's what I think. I think it would be entertaining as fuck. I can't believe the captions are gone. Why is this?
because you couldn't come up with a firm definition, or due to the prevalence of unhinged takes. I'm sure that you right now could come up with a few words of your own that you could say very similar things for.
Why? Why has it done this? Why has it done this? The hit count on Wikipedia would go up 10% during that debate. If you put them together, they'd never stop talking. Ian gives a wild definition of fascism and then accuses Morpin of being fucking un-American. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. That's fucking brilliant. Morpin is a crypto fashion. Ian is just a fucking know-nothing chauvinist. I think both of them are know-nothing chauvinists. And I think they are also both crypto fash in their own way, whether it be through ignorance or, you know, desire. Log all debate enthusiasts into a matrix and let them debate in perpetuity forever. They're doing that anyway. They're doing that anyway. This is already happening. You know what I mean? We don't need to try this because this is actually what's already happening. Anyway, I'm trying to get captions back. Sorry, gang.
After all, whilst these are all different definitions, they are all pointing towards some general thing.
How did...
It would be uncharitable.
Oh, I found him. I found him. Here we go.
Me to ignore the phenomena completely, just because you couldn't come up with a firm definition, or due to the prevalence of unhinged.
The best, most charitable example, Ian is a smug, arrogant liberal who thinks he understands socialist theory, but in fact fucking doesn't. Yeah, absolutely.
Takes. I'm sure that you
Don't
right
worry,
now
Johnny.
could come up
It's
with
okay,
a few
dude.
words of your own that you could say very similar things for. It doesn't make us chuck out the baby with the bathwater. Any shop around on Twitter or Leftbook and you will find the nature of what people are referring to, and it's very easy to see why many people would appoint them this label. Oh Jesus, get it away. To call this behavior an online thing would be cutting it short. We all know the dumpster fire that was CBGBML, and fight racism, fight imperialism isn't far off this sort of thing either.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not firmly decided on what that thing
I get emails from fight racism, fight imperialism all the time. I get it all the fucking time.
is, but it's a good excuse for a video.
Like, have I ever told you about when I sat down with representatives from FRFI? Like, I sat down to have a coffee with them and talk about like what they might want to talk about. I actually had a representative on the stream actually once. Fight racism, fight imperialism are like the Revolutionary Communist Party of the UK. So they're basically like, we're communists, but we're revolutionary communists because we like believe in trans rights, we believe in this stuff, etc., etc. You know, some good stuff, and I was like, all right, yeah, let's go. But they basically do the same thing that the Socialist Worker Party does. And they like, you know, just try and co-opt debates and shit. My Tory uncle thought it'd be funny to sign me up to Conservative Party emails. Wow, sounds like a piece of shit. Sorry to hear that.
And in my observations, it might well go further than you think.
All right, Jan Shafim, you enjoy that.
You too might harbor
Take it easy.
Similar tendencies. So let's have a look. You might remember this meme popping up from time to time on the internet.
Okay, yeah, like, you know, what were we talking about just then? What were we literally just talking about? It's like, okay, so what we have here is a bunch of people of color, right? Black people, Latin American people, you know, African American, African people, calling them Tankies. You know, it's just another. It's like saying the N-word in this context, right? Literally. Yeah, Kwame Ture, Sankara, like these are fucking legends. These are literally fucking legends. The majority of the people here are literally fine. Do you know what I mean? Angela fucking Davis is there.
It's implying that if you call people tanky, then you're dissing the name of all these great many people who you would have also derided if you'd met them. Of course, if you were like me, you were probably raising a few eyebrows first time you saw it. We can remove some of these people immediately because, quite simply, they weren't even communists. Well, maybe Kwame Ture, but
Wait. Come on, Badmouse. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Kwame Ture is absolutely a communist. He was so anti-capitalist. So anti-capitalist. I think he's right that Nelson Mandela and Malcolm X aren't communists. Not just racist, but fundamentally incorrect too. A lot of these people of color became embittered with the Soviet Union. So they didn't really give that much of a shit about liberation of African countries. The USSR wanted to do is spread its imperialist influence. Well, what I'm a bit annoyed to hear now is that, like, so this image here is apparently trying to take the piss out of people who use the word tanky when referring to people like this, right? Pretty much all based individuals, which is a thing that happens all the time. But now apparently Badmouse is going to critique this. So this is a bit worrying. Mandela was a socialist. I believe it, to be honest. I don't know much about Malcolm X's politics aside from civil rights, sadly, and that is like literally like, you know, I've read his biography as well. I don't know what his politics are, other than, you know, liberation for black people, but you know. So I guess like when you're saying they agree, when we're all saying here like, what the hell are you talking about? These people aren't on tankies and shit, right? You know what I mean? Like, Badmouse agrees that that's what the image is saying, but it sounds like he's about to disagree with this, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, well, we got Fidel Castro here, we got Che Guevara, you know,
because
Ho Chi Minh,
they weren't even
Thomas
communists.
Sankara.
Well, maybe Kwame Ture, but based off a few interviews I've seen of him, definitely not an ML. A lot of what connects these people is largely association, not ideological determination. But amongst those who are, even if we were to consider all of these people to be the same, framing them in this way ignores many of the nuances for why we uphold these people in the first place. Firstly, it's ignoring the way in which time plays into people's understandings of events. W.E.B. Du Bois probably makes this list due to his eulogy to Stalin after he died. Now, does this make him as such? Well, I do have to state the obvious, but a page-and-a-half eulogy for a guy who lived 95 years, founded the NAACP, and later became a communist in his very last days is quite a reach. But I would like to...
Why is that a reach? I don't understand. Why is that a reach? And why? Sorry, I'm really struggling to understand, like, why it's necessary to say that, like, these people aren't communists. Like, why is this necessary? Hey, Lost Futures, how you doing? What's going on? Malcolm was anti-capitalist by his own statement. Right, okay. This is why, you see, this is why I wanted to critique this video. This doesn't seem like a reach. If someone, when they die, says they are a communist, then they are a communist. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't give a fuck what you say. You can't just be like, oh no, well, I'm going to think he's different because in his life he didn't do other things. Like, if, like, before he dies, he's going to turn around and be like, actually, no, yeah, communism is pretty based. Like, all right, shut the fuck up. Yeah, very gatekeepy in a weird way. Like, what's going on here? I'm struggling to understand.
One bit more than that. What many forget is that Stalin hasn't always been viewed in the same way that we view him as today. Prior to Khrushchev's denouncement in '56, many on the left viewed him at least similar to how the average person views many contemporary figures. Men of contrasts. Why else would he have had so many Western workers flocking over there during the nascent USSR? It's only since then that opinion has altered across the entire political spectrum in light of modern data. To give a more understandable example, it's been said to me that opinion about Churchill prior to 1940 would have been largely negative, due to his bad track record up to that point. But today, he's viewed by many Brits as the man who won the war. As if an individual can win a war, but no matter, the legacy of World War II in the minds of the British made him an icon.
Right, I mean, this guy is not sounding like he knows, like, a lot of stuff. Like, you know, like, you could say, like, you could make it simpler than that. Like, Winston Churchill did genocide in India. It's easier than that. It's easier than that. You don't have to say, like, oh, he had a bad track record. You could be like, he did genocide in India. Like, you know what I mean? Du Bois' work for African-American education and upliftment was very anti-capitalist. It was very problematic, as people like FD Signify mentioned, but it was by no means a pro-US capitalist. Right, okay. Everyone I've ever talked to in my life has a lot of negative to say about Churchill. He's right that lots of people in the UK think that Churchill is a good guy. Don't get me wrong. You don't want to badmouth Badmouse, but he's a bit of a warbler. Wait, what do you mean? That's what I mean when I said the viz. Yeah, exactly, right, yeah. That is a superficial analysis. What is a superficial analysis? I'm in a bubble, I think, by virtue of being Manc. Well, yeah, like, lots of us in Manchester know that Churchill's a piece of shit, right, exactly.
It's clear then that old man Du Bois would have been viewing Stalin from a very different perspective. And perspective is everything. The other reason is that in addition to legacy playing a contemporary role then, it also plays a very different role today. Whether these figures were right or wrong, they ultimately stand as something far more than simply their individual views. They represent for many a time and place in history that is higher than them as people. Che and Fidel were not great people because of their views on the Politburo. They were great people because they were Che and fucking Fidel. They, along with their cadre, took Cuba, for Christ's sake. They would not be so celebrated in history today if they had constantly failed miserably, with nothing to show or learn from it. Che, in particular, is a universal symbol of revolution. But even...
So he's just like, at the moment, he's just literally just being like, oh, people are saying that you shouldn't say Tankies because... it's just there's too many layers to this. It feels extremely online. Do you know what I mean? This whole discourse seems like extremely online and like very Twitter and like. Do you know what I mean? His take on Churchill is superficial. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's what I'm exactly fucking saying. Like, it's very easy. There's a lot easier ways to say like Churchill is a piece of shit. Most people I run into the States are fond of Churchill too. Yeah, a lot of people in the States are fond of Kissinger. This video feels very confused. It feels like a bit out of touch. People remember Che and Fidel because they took Cuba, but they're remembered for that because it was a socialist takeover of Cuba. I don't know what he's trying to say. I don't know what he's trying to say. He's downplaying their deeds by thinking people like them are loved for their character alone. Right, exactly, yeah. Where are his sources was my first question when I checked the vid out, right.
Though that's more due to lax copyright, it speaks to Che's character that he wasn't content to simply stop at Cuba, but went on to Central Africa and later Bolivia to continue the revolutionary struggle. It's the zeal, spirit, and determination that people venerate him for. Nobody really cares about folkismo in this day and age, and neither do they his views on the Kremlin. If you want his views on that, then they're decidedly critical. Yes, even these guys.
Okay, he's just like misunderstood this image. Like, that's what's going on. So we have this image here. It's got Nelson Mandela. It's got Kwame Ture. It's got Che Guevara, Malcolm X, right? And it's basically saying that, like, a lot of people call these people, these important figures in socialist and communist and anarchist history, Tankies, right? And so, like, you're basically, like, saying that Tankies are a bad thing, and these people were also Tankies, right? And it's like, well, actually, you know, some of them did support Soviet Russia. Like, some of them did support Stalin, right? And so it's like, yeah, like, some people would call them Tankies, and that's bad. But also, like, why, you know? I don't know. It just feels weird. I don't know what point he's trying to make. Feels like a tour of the author's social media bubble. It does, Shafiq. That's literally what it feels like. As far as I know, by my interactions with Cubans, Fidel was loved until his death by most and still is. That's right. Yeah, he is. He was. Che is a national icon. That's right. Yeah.
Guys were very capable of doing just that. The same goes for Huey and Hampton. Their life's work was actually engaging in line struggle. And just to hammer this point home once more, look at how old they were when they took up their highest positions.
24 and 20.
I want that to be a sobering thought. These people's places in history is represented by just a few years after adolescence. I'm afraid to say that Juche Joe 97 on Twitter arguing about the nature of the Moscow trials just really doesn't compare.
So, okay, I've figured it out, chat. I figured it the fuck out, right? I think I've figured it the fuck out. I might be wrong. But what I'm thinking is, he just literally outed himself as 2 online. That's exactly what I'm saying. What I'm thinking is that this guy is saying that Tankies is a term that needs to be retired because it doesn't make sense anymore, but is now actually saying that there are Tankies out there, the real and correct Tankies. And so, like, you know, you need to not defend people who are called Tankies because they're not communist enough. And I just don't understand what the fuck is going on here. As someone who doesn't know much about the word Tanky and its history prior to the stream, I feel like if I watched this by myself, I'd come away from the vid being like, I'm not sure I learned anything that is useful here. Right, yeah, exactly. You know? Ever talked to people from Workers' Hammer? No. They say Stalin may have killed millions of people, but he was economically a communist, and that's enough for us. I mean, like, that's the annoying thing about people who say shit like that, right? Which, by the way, people who say shit like that are kind of like the original definition of Tankies, innit? You know what I mean? Yeah, he kind of said earlier, if the word is used wrongly, there are Tankies out there. Yeah, he did say that, yeah. People get stuff wrong a lot online. Yeah, no shit, right. Badmouse is hard to follow. My autistic ADHD brain is struggling to follow his thought. He's not very good at this. Like, Muel is a way clearer communicator. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I deserve Badmouse's 66,000 subscribers. Come on, man. Come on, man. Give me those subs. Hand them over. Hand them over, bro. You've had enough. You've had enough time with the subs now. It's time for a redistribution of wealth. Anyway. So ridiculous. I'm just like, what?
You are not the Black Panther Party. or the Red Brigades. You are not RAF. You are not the Bleckingada gang. These people actually did stuff. They actually made history. And this is interesting. Even with the bias of modern eyes, one can't help but look around and find that orcs today of similar character are pretty impotent. Apart from the occasional flag-waving demo here and there. It's all well and good harping on old names, but can you really say the same for the present? Of course, one could make the argument, well, this is an indictment of the left at large, but the point is, they're not you. They're not the same. I'm not saying that you literally have to rob a bank, this is not the 70s anymore.
Is he literally being like, oh, you can't defend these people because you're not as good as them? Is that actually what just happened? What the fuck? Oh, okay, actually, I think I am figuring it out. He's saying that real Tankies are trying to say that these people are also real Tankies like them. I figured it out. I think I've figured it out. I think that's what's happening. Is that what's happening? Does that make sense to people now? More like you can't be inspired by them because you'll never be as good as them. I actually think what's happening now, I actually think that actually what's happening is he's saying that real Tankies, quote unquote, real Tankies who like love Stalin, love the fact that he did genocide, love the fact that he's extremely problematic and like don't care about it, are trying to say that these people are also the same as who they are, right? I feel like that's what he's saying now, and he's trying to be like, no, actually, Angela Davis was way better than you. You just make apologies for genociders on the internet. Yeah, I think he's saying that people who are happy to call themselves Tankies can't be comparing themselves to these guys. I think you're right, Wolfie, yeah. I actually think you're right now. That makes the most sense, doesn't it, right? We figured it out. He's saying that current Tankies are fake and the people in the pictures are the real Tankies. No, he's saying that, like, people nowadays online who, like, make excuses for genocidal people who call themselves communists, like Stalin, you know, insert, like, you know, extremely bad Soviet guy here, are, like, saying, oh, you can't call me a Tankie because if you call me a Tankie, you're calling all these people a Tankie. And he's saying, like, yeah, you can't really, like, say that you're anything like these people. He could have worded it a lot better. The presentation is unclear. The presentation was unclear. Yeah, I agree. The real Tankies are the friends we made along the way. That's right. That's right. So, right, we figured it out, chat. Badmouse is no longer cancelled. We're no longer going to destroy him in the marketplace of ideas. He's fine. We're still in the camp of, like, okay, he made some mistakes on the analysis of you know, Eastern European ex-Soviet states. So there we go. Gotta say, I did not get that from the way he was talking. What you've got to remember, chat, is that a lot of us here in my community, in our community, are ADHD, right? Or neurodivergent, generally speaking, right? And sometimes the reason that people are here in my stream is because people have said in my videos, I make things a bit easier to understand, specifically for people with ADHD, right? So there's every chance that other people are going to understand this guy better. So other people, maybe neurotypical people, you know, other neurodivergent people are going to get this guy's method of explaining differently. So there you go.
More, but the comparison is edifying nonetheless. Why are so many of these groups today so stagnant when their predecessors, even under duress, were making history? Also, no, seriously, why is Malcolm X here? It's been a fairly opportune...
And he's also like pretty wrong about Malcolm X. Like, Malcolm X has definitely been explicitly anti-capitalist. Like, when people mentioned it in the chat, I was like, yeah, that rings a bell. That totally rings a bell. And Nelson Mandela as well. Definitely a socialist. Like, what are you on about?
Trend in recent days to label Malcolm X a communist. Even more strangely, a Marxist-Leninist. I've looked around at the evidence, and it's very scant to say the least. It's about as strong as saying that Orwell, Tolkien, or even Chris Hedges were all anarchists.
Anarchist, that's the anarchist in me.
Malcolm X described himself in 1950 while still locked up as a communist, but after that we don't...
He literally says, I've always been a communist. Why has this turned into, like, the dissection of Malcolm X? Didn't Malcolm X meet with Fidel Castro when he went to New York? I feel like that's right. Maybe he hasn't studied African socialists. Probably.
Really have any other mentions. It's safe to assume that he may have briefly gone communist, but then had second thoughts, bearing in mind that he had many more years left in prison and many more books left to read. Labeling him red based on a single letter when there were many years left of his life comes across as fairly opportunistic, as it also comes to
okay, so show me the evidence to the contrary then.
Contrast when he praises anti-communists like Oswald Spengler. And some throws to the fact that he met with Castro or that he praised the Cuban Revolution just come across as plain ignorant.
Why? Explain it. I get really frustrated by the Eurocentrism of white leftists. Yeah, it's really, really shit. It's really, really shit. You know, it's like, wait, what? Like, he's there literally saying, like, the Cuban Revolution, that's a revolution. Where are your sources? What is this? What is happening here?
Especially when you consider that their meeting happened prior to Castro even labeling himself a communist, and for the last...
Oh my fucking god, dude. I don't know how much of this I can watch. I don't know how much of this I can continue watching. He does sound smug and full of himself.
Last time, the Cuban Revolution was not communist, it was a national revolution. Was he...
Did he literally just say that the Cuban Revolution was not a communist revolution? Oh, they didn't call themselves communists, so, you know, well, they're not technically communists, so it wasn't technically a communist revolution. Bro! This guy is an idiot. Like, what? To what degree is this relevant to anything, by the way? Orwell, who wrote about if he'd understood the socialist internal divisions better, he would have sided with the anarchists instead, right? Yeah, calling a black leader and thinker ignorant, yeah, a little bit sus, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Hey, Aslan, how you doing? Shafiq, can I get a shout out for Aslan Silva, please? Hence why Cuban Latinos... Wait, the literal point of the Cuban Revolution was anti-colonial, anti-capitalist riot. Hence why Cuban Latinos fought together with Cuban black people. Right, exactly. As somebody who hasn't read much due to how dense it is, there's so many layers of confusing. This is not... okay, so... I don't believe that this guy has read a lot of stuff. I don't believe it. Because I'm a guy who's not read a lot of stuff, but I'm honest about it. Do you know what I mean? This feels like a first draft. He wants to win on a technicality so bad. Yeah, and why? Like, fucking why?
An anti-capitalist? Was he some sort of socialist? I don't know. What we do know is that this level of recuperation is quite strange.
It's not recuperation when he literally said, I have always been a communist. And said that the Cuban Revolution was a revolution to fucking back. Like, what are you on about?
When even George Michael had more evidence for dying a communist, it comes across as a bit... Huh?
What, dude, what you're doing comes across as a bit, like, you're talking about, like, you know, oh, well, George Michael was more of a communist openly than Malcolm X, so that means I'm right. Bro, what are you talking about? He actually did the research, he would have stopped because the primary sources argue against his points. Right, exactly.
Idol grabby? Why? Why is having all these people in your group so essential to your beliefs? I've so far talked about Tankies as being a derivative of Marxism-Leninism.
Hey Lyra, how you doing?
You probably know by now that often such accusatories don't even belong there in the first place. There's nothing about being an upholder of democratic centralism that secures one's place as a Tankie. Discussion these days tends to be wrapped around one main principle: anti-Americanism. Now, while at first you might say, well, of course, America bad, the issue comes when we use it for our ideological basis. By all means, down with the USA, let it burn, but your opposition to America should always be firmly rooted in its actions and its history. Not create an almost transcendent animosity towards it that takes...
Who is doing this? He's made up a guy to get mad at. Who is doing that? Who is just like hating America for the sake of hating America? No one is doing that. He's made up a guy online and got mad about it and made a video about it. Dude, this is nuts. This is stupid as fuck. You are a waste of time. This is a video that is like a waste of time. Is the guy he made up a tanky, right? What is that? What does that even mean? What do you mean, bro?
Takes precedent over class struggle. The effect of this ideological standpoint is that you end up...
Whomst is anti-American that doesn't understand class struggle. Whomst. What do you mean? Like, I think this person doesn't exist.
Up defending pretty much anything opposed to America. And don't eye roll me or say that I don't understand primary contradictions or what have you, because you know that this happens. We need to
you know that this happens? What, you trying to gaslight me, bro? He's trying to gaslight me. Oh, conservatives technically. Well, of course conservatives technically do that, but they don't hate America. They hate, like, the deep state. Do you know what I mean? Hey, Prime, how's it going? The closest people that he's describing call themselves American patriots. Right. And it's like, yeah, he's, like, talking about, like, Morpin. But, like, Morpin isn't anti-American. Morpin is, like, extremely pro-American. Like, where is he going with this?
Recognize that capitalist states, like Russia, have the same interests as other world powers. The only...
Yes. Okay. What are you getting at?
Main difference is that they're on the lesser team. There's certainly geopolitical complexity to it. I'm not going to get into that today, but the conclusion here is never to take their side. Or say that you don't, but do it anyway. To do this leads people to make very ahistoric takes, from saying that Russians are a colonized indigenous group, claiming that certain genocides with much documentation never happened, or making incredibly unnuanced presentations on figures like Saddam, Gaddafi, or Assad, simply because they are or were opposed to America. Now, there are, of course, people who use anti-American ideologues as an excuse to justify their chauvinistic behaviors. I've spoken about this before, they're Euston Street fools, but it doesn't ignore that such a presence does exist. Remember old Man Du Bois? Well, he's a very fine example of this. He believed that Japan was the antidote to white supremacy and the West at large. Even
So, like, oh, dude, like, are you fucking, like... I'm struggling, so I'm trying to be charitable as charitable as I can, right? Hello, Augustus, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. I'm trying to be as charitable as I can to this person that I know nothing about. But the way that this is being presented kind of seems like he's getting wrapped up in, like, very, very rare, you know, examples of people who like this guy. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and he's kind of being, like, reductionist about, you know, Arab socialism and communism and shit like that, right? Exactly. Lost Futures, yeah. Augustus says, are you pro-life? No. I'm extremely gay. I'm pro-death, actually. I'm pro-death. I think everyone should die. Like, just everybody. That's sarcasm, by the way, John Twitch. So you agree with the murder of babies? Yeah, I mean, like, look, here's the thing, man. I had to, like, abort a baby out of your dad's ass that I put in there yesterday. Otherwise, you would have had a little brother or sister or sibling. So, you know, you'd probably be thankful of that. You know, you wouldn't want, like, a baby coming out of your dad's ass from me. I put it in there. You know, I just filled him with load after load after load after load. So, you know, I can't really be pro-life. I'm trying to protect you and, like, you know, your sensitivities. So, you know, poo baby. Yeah, it's a poopy baby. Yeah, but still a person. So, you know. You could be a socialist to be ignorant of another country's real history. Dubois could be anti-capitalist while not understanding Japanese imperial history. Right, exactly. You can't stay on topic and goes down weird rabbit holes. Right, and this is like, as someone who's ADHD, I can actually do that. I can actually stay on topic in a video better than this. Like, in my streams, forget it, you know? Whatever. Muel wants to feed our grandparents to bees or something. Whatever he said on Red Planet. Wait, what? I want my 18 minutes back so far. Yeah, me too, Greek. Don't worry. We're all losing valuable time together, and we're having a fun time while we're doing it. Don't worry. You know? That is the point Badmouse is getting at. Wait, what's that? You could be a socialist to be ignorant of another country's real history. Dubois could be anti-capitalist while not understanding Japanese imperial history. That is the point that Badmouse is getting at. DJ, if you've watched this before, can you, like, fucking just explain in layman's terms what he's saying? Like, if you agree with this guy, like, I just want to know what the fuck he's actually talking about that. Like, what is he actually talking about? Same to yourself, Shafiq. There's no other group of people I'd rather waste time with. Same. You know, look, if there's people in here who understand what Badmouse is trying to say here, and, like, we're all, like, not really understanding it, like, please, explain. Like, I want you to tell us, like, what's going on. Break it down. Dead easy.
Considering the occupation of Manchuria to be a benevolent endeavour. I think you can find some modern parallels to that. Of course, it does stand to reason that if you do believe all of this, then me saying this isn't going to change your views. You're just going to go, yeah, I do believe that.
Yeah, but who does? Who does believe that?
Quite like those fools I spoke about earlier, I found a growing tendency to adopt the word tanky, with many people often parading around the accusation as reinforcement that those around them are just deranged, and that tanky simply means you're right. And often sour uses of the word only further justify this adoption. If that is you, then I hope in the future you'll shake off some of that stoicism and arrogance. Let's just say that you're going to look mighty silly down the line.
That's right, I'm a layman because I lay a lot of men. That's right, Divided.
Of going about this stuff. It's understandable to ask whether the revolution of '56 would have accomplished its aims if it wouldn't have just fallen back into the bosom of the capitalist West. It's quite another thing entirely to make the egregious and utterly unfounded claim.
Basically, tanky is used in multiple different ways by various people, so it's complicated, and that tanky-ish folk using tanky are silly. Right. We know that. We know that. But, like, why is he just being like, oh, all these people that you spoke about are, like, not really communists? And why is he, like, specifically, like, focusing on Malcolm X? You know what I mean? Like, we know that. We know what you said. Like, we know that that's what he's trying to get at. Probably found some guys on Twitter who are actually like that, but you'll find any guy on Twitter like that if you look hard enough. Right, exactly, yeah. Is it me not understanding the format, or Badmouse not understanding, or trying to fit a format that doesn't work? Right, maybe both. Could be both. I feel like he went on a massive tangent for him to just talk about one guy he met on Twitter. Right, exactly.
That fascists were the leaders of the revolt, and that the invasion was to save Jews from pogroms. Some things never change, eh? There's something very convenient going on here. When we talk about a subject like the Soviet-Afghan War, the general narrative is that the PDPA government were the noble good guys, bringing in all those good reforms against the evil conservatives who were funded by the CIA. That the Soviets were in fact the saviors who were invited in to help them defend socialism against US-backed fascists. But when we take a narrative similar to this, we often miss out some very crucial nuance. The PDPA were never a popular group with mass support. We often hear again and again about the conservative backlash to them, but we never hear about the wealth of communist-aligned groups throughout the land with far greater support, such as the Eternal Flame, ALO, Sama, Rawa, to name but a few.
Okay, this bit's pretty based. You know? He points to those people as they're commonly paraded by Tankies as Tankies, and he's pointing out the ahistorical and downright falsity of doing so. Yeah, but it's not falsity to say, like... Okay, yeah. I agree it's a falsehood to call them Tankies, but why is he, like, saying that Malcolm X was, like, not a communist? Why is he saying that Nelson Mandela was not a communist? Like, Nelson Mandela was absolutely left-wing. And Kwame Ture... You know, like, that's the shit that we're all struggling with. You know what I mean? Like, this is correct. Like, he's right. There were a lot more, like, left-wing Arab societies, right? Like, sorry, well, I don't know if it's right to call them Arabs in Afghanistan. Like, Afghani left-wing societies that were, like, you know, more supported and stuff. Because I think the... This party were, like, started by the Soviets or something, you know? This entire video probably came about because someone called him names on Twitter. That's what it feels like, you know?
All groups that the government went on to later crush and repress after seizing power. It ignores the warring factions within the PDPA itself, which when you look into it creates almost, I'd argue, contradictory statements when it comes to defending the party. It presents the Mujahideen in a myopic and ahistoric lens as a monolithic Islamo-fascist entity, and it also ignores that the remaining progressive groups in Afghanistan to this day, including the Communist Party, revile the PDPA with a passion. It's not a coincidence many believe them to be communist in name only, with many of them joining the...
I think that's the correct analysis about the Mujahideen, because there were lots of different warlords within the Mujahideen. Fair enough, you know? But, like, you know, it's just the Malcolm X thing was just, like, so weird. It was influenced by the Soviets. Right, exactly, Lost Futures, yeah. Hey, Asker on TV, how you doing? Welcome in.
Taliban later on. But modern discussion tends to ignore all of this in favor of a much more streamlined approach. If America condemned it, then the other side must be good. Some even going as far as to condemn the popular grassroots groups for not falling in line, I guess. The defense...
for example, he was not communist while left-leaning for Mandela and foggy on, but I don't think he was a communist and more socialist. DJ, like... Badmouse himself literally just, like, pulled up examples of Malcolm X being a communist. Like, the famous line, I have always been a communist. And, like, you know, hanging out with fucking Fidel Castro and shit and saying that the Cuban Revolution was based. Like, you can't just, like, be like, he's left-leaning. It's a very narrow understanding of leftist movements and their leaders, and as I see it, no understanding of the inner workings of the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact states. Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, Nelson Mandela and Fidel Castro supported each other, yeah.
Of all of these interventions is especially bizarre, seeing as that they took place during the so-called revisionist...
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I feel like this guy's got, like... a bit, like, mired in the details, right? A bit, like, sort of bogged down in the details, right? Where it's like, you know, he has a basic idea, which is good. I want to say the overall message of this video is good, right? Tankies, like the original sense of the word, are bad. Like, if you support genocidal movements, you're a bad person. And so to try and, like, reclaim being like that and saying that, like, Nelson Mandela is the same as you, Thomas Sankara, Kwame Ture, like, you know, Fidel Castro, Angela Davis, like, that's extremely stupid and so far-fetched, right? So I'm backing that. I'm backing the main story of the video. It just seems so weird that he focuses on Malcolm X when there is, like, evidence there. There is no evidence to the contrary to say that Malcolm X was not a communist. Do you know what I mean? There's pieces here that make sense patched in with so many vaguely adjacent stuff dumped in a Word document at 3 a.m. haze. Oh, God. That narrow understanding is very common in British centrist circles. Right, but I don't think this guy is a centrist. You know?
Period of the Soviet Union, when they were perfectly fine coexisting with capitalism and were no longer pursuing socialism in any meaningful manner. Why? Surely 30 years onwards, these are the topics that you should be most willing to criticize. Now, with all that being said, I'd like to now bring us back and say that for whatever problems do exist,
he's like talking about the shit that he was wrong about in previous videos, right? He's like, you should criticize Czechoslovakia because they were capitalists and shit like that. That's literally what he just said, right? I make that up. You know?
Why? Surely 30 years onwards, these are the topics that you should be most willing to criticize. Now, with all that being said, I'd like to now bring us back and say that for whatever problems do exist, and there are many, there are some undeniable points to be had surrounding this that are worth engaging in. There's a documentary that flew under the radar a few years back called The Propaganda Game. It's a North Korea doc, but it separates itself from the more bland and generic secret inside North Korea ones that you see everywhere these days. Instead, the team does what every good documentary should, provide some novelty. The film focuses much more on the topic and theme of propaganda, how it influences us, how none of us are immune no matter what country we may live in, and how difficult it is to discern truths from untruths because of it. It's a very confrontational doc, and it was a pretty influential piece of work for me as a new socialist at the time. At least it definitely toppled a few of my previously held ways of understanding things. Why do places like the DPRK get such a spotlight in the West as this Dr. Evil-style maniacal hellscape? But similar autocratic nations like Turkmenistan go radio silent. What are the conditions that led North Korea to become...
I feel like he was gonna... I'm really, like... I'm a bit, like, stressed that he, like, said Turkmenistan. That must just be, like, the way that the documentary goes. It was like, you know what? I was expecting him to say, how can we criticize North Korea when, like, some of the same shit happens in America? Do you know what I mean? Like, because that's the base take, right? That's the base take that everybody has about North Korea, and that's correct. It's like there's so much propaganda that North Koreans get given, but then, like, there's a lot of propaganda that gets force-fed into Americans. So, like, why do we, like, focus on the... But, like, no, he chose, like, another country in the imperial periphery. I don't know.
Come how it is today anyway. What are the financial implications of some of the defectors? How can we use that to understand things a bit more clearly? Now, over time, I've found that these are the questions and discussions that I would like to have. I think it's frankly the discussions that a lot of us would like to have, more now than ever. They're just so much more meaty and productive. If you're turning away from these questions on the basis that they're tanky points, then you're buying into a terrible gambit, and you're...
He's right. Okay, so generally speaking, he's right. I think that he's got bogged down in some of the details. This guy's not that much of a bad person, generally speaking. We found it hard to kind of, like, find out exactly what he's trying to say here. So, you know...
You're going to look mighty.
Let's try not to judge him based on the quality of how he communicated it. But also, it should be said that we should be criticizing his interpretation of the data about Malcolm X and, you know, Nelson Mandela and Kwame Ture. Like, he doesn't even go into Nelson Mandela and Kwame Ture. He specifically picks on Malcolm X in order to be like a gotcha. Like, no, he's not even a proper communist. Like, what are you talking about, bro? It's like, no, I think that's a bit reductionist, you know?
Silly down the line. Questions like that, I think, are a valuable piece of insight that can give us grander examination into our own government's priorities. And at the very least, it's a whole lot better than, look at this person, they have no food. Many times leftists do fall into the trap of regurgitating neoliberal lies under the pretense of being anti-authoritarian. I began writing this long before the contemporary conflict in Ukraine, and whilst of course I don't support Russian aggression by any means, and I do consider it the more pressing concern, principled leftists should not be so naive as to buy into Western narratives so jubilantly, and allow discussion to favour a highly Pax Americana standpoint in response. It's a Western saviour complex that needs removing from our collective consciousness. I found actually that since the intervention took place, there's been good space created for a re-examination of our modern geopolitical outlooks. I do welcome it, because I feel it is a discussion worth having. But much of the time when we have these conversations, the responses I find usually only ever tend to move in a weirdly fetishistic and dogmatic fealty to the opposite. No matter what happens. Attitudes that you wouldn't find that uncommon from weebs. Whilst you might find the propaganda game insightful, it's just as easily a fact that many will see Alejandro's points, be faced with an entourage of new perspectives, and come to the very simplistic conclusion of, well, DPRK good. When you've been on the left long enough, there's always the inclination.
This isn't the video I would want to see on Tanky. I would want to study and understand the emergence and leverage of Tanky as a way to diminish revolutionaries in the global south and how people doing the work get portrayed as fascists by lib-leaning online leftists. Yes, I agree. The message at the heart of it is good, but there is not enough analysis surrounding what you said, Semiotic. So, yeah, absolutely agree.
To call for a new beginning with a fresh start that separates itself fervently from everything that came before, or just calls for a return to the beginning again with Marx. I'm always a bit skeptical when things like this come up, because these calls for a new beginning are not quite as novel as you may believe. But I do get where the desire comes from. There's a certain Soviet sediment that's been depositing on our banks for 100 years now. And after a while, it just gets grating seeing this slow build to old ways that really doesn't amount to much. Like grand empires that suffer great defeat and withdraw into nostalgic narratives instead of looking towards future horizons. Yet, at the same time, that very sediment can often be seen as evidence that we should return to it. Why not? It's right there. It's had the longest run. Eh? Like I said, to focus so much on attributing all these attitudes solely to Marxist-Leninists would be unfair and limiting. It's only a natural tendency to focus on the examples that verify our own existing beliefs. When it comes to reinterpreting events and taking on convenient narratives, I've seen plenty of demagogues under different flags. What you could say.
Okay, listen.
Convenient narrative.
I don't know what this is. What is this flag? Is this like anarcho-primitivism or some shit? What is that?
I've seen plenty.
But like, obviously, the Democrats, yeah, true, dog shit. And debate bros right there. Pretty funny. Pretty fucking funny.
Under different flags. What you could say is that Tanky is a subreddit of sorts from such thinking. Well then sure, fine. I'm still not convinced to its application. It allows a convenient scapegoat for others to push their detritus onto more openly rabid actors. But that...
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the right colour for anarcho-primitivism.
...underarching thing that I...
Does anyone recognize this? I'm going to go back to that to give people a chance to look at it. Does anyone recognize,
reinterpreting events and taking on convenient narratives.
Does anyone recognize this flag here? Is it supposed to have like a thing in the middle like that? It looks like the logo for the band Nothing. Nothing band. Egoist? Is that what it's supposed to be? Egoist. Images. Egoist anarchism? What? What? Oh yeah, it kind of looks like that. Anarcho-egoist flag. Is that what that is? Okay, new ideology just dropped. What the fuck it? It's kind of similar. It's actually like flipped, and it has like a little, like a Z on it, like a Z on it. So it's something along those lines. I think we're all about to learn something new. What is that about? Anarcho-egoism. Yeah, man. Anarcho-egoism. Sounds good, bro. Anyway.
I've seen plenty of
Look,
them.
he seems pretty based, but I totally agree with semiotic. Not enough focus on racism. Maybe too much focus on you know, a black activist. A little too much criticism on Malcolm X, you know?
Magogs under different flags. What you could say is that Tanky is a subreddit of sorts from such thinking. Well then sure, fine. I'm still not convinced to its application. It allows a convenient scapegoat
they're holding
for others
flags
to push their detritus onto more openly rabid actors. But that underarching thing that I think we're getting at here, or at least how I can best describe it, is the endpoint of a reliance on using dogma to do your thinking for you. Sticking to the grain and not budging, but relying on an archaic formula that defends things that don't need to be defended. Using arguments that were never true in the first place. Mining around for buddies to throw into your self-approval camp, and a move away from a materialistic analysis and towards a more fan club-esque thinking. Over and beyond the precedent of actual, real communism. Look, say what you want, I don't care. You cannot argue that such a concept doesn't exist, because it's highly observable any way you look.
I don't like the way that he keeps saying you cannot argue. I don't like that. I don't like the way he says you can't argue that blah, 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 blah. It's just like he does, like someone said before, he sounds like a new atheist YouTuber. He does kind of. I'm pretty much with Cynthia in the beginning. It's a pretty meh video. The pointless plausibility of the presentation is weak. I agree. Yeah.
And it can be found in any ideology. The real question to now ask, well, question that I think is more important, is why does it appear in some ideologies more than others? My aim here is not to tightly wrap things up. Did you seriously think that a video on this word would be...
Either way, he'll nuke the video in a couple of months. Que sera, sera. Right, so DJ, you seem to know this guy. Or like know about him at the very least. Like, so he did nuke some videos that Gree was talking about because he had bad takes on like Eastern European states post-Soviet rule, right? You know?
Anything but. At the very least, I hope that by going a bit more in depth into
sounds like Amazing Atheist if he were British.
A good springboard of discussion into a topic that so often gets stuck in the weeds. So yes, sorry, Tankyism does exist. There's not really an argument here.
Tankyism does exist. There's not really an argument here, dude. Like, oh my god, my dude, my brother in Christ, like you literally just spent a whole video talking about how there's like multiple different ways that the word tanky is applied nowadays, and that like hardly anyone actually like, you know, is a tanky anymore. Like I'm just so like, what the fuck?
I've come to the conclusion that a far too dogmatic mindset in this direction is not healthy, becomes too simplistic, and ends up with you putting your faith in some career party man over actually solving the problems in society. But I will still advise against saying tanky this and tanky that though. As of present, the ambiguity that it carries just oozes a sense of juvenile smugness and an unwillingness to investigate further. And I bristle at that. I've certainly gotten a lot from simply writing and making this video, dissecting it through and through instead of sticking to some vague phrase flinging. And
juvenile smugness, you say? You know, no vague words being thrown around, no vagueness being thrown around. Okay.
It'd be a real shame if we all missed out on that, because we all got too caught up in a word.
Bro, that's literally what you did. That's literally what you did. You got caught up in a word and then like... Ugh, whatever. Does this guy not have like patrons? Does he not do like a patron...
When somebody asked me if their dog's
thing in the...
support...
Oh, god damn it. God damn it. Why does YouTube do this? Like, shut up. I just want to pause the video. Does he not do patrons? He doesn't have patrons? He probably does have patrons. I don't know. Anyway. He makes some decently produced videos, ends up nuking him, disappears for a year, then comes back. Beyond the videos, he doesn't really engage in the LeftTube ecosystem and does much grass touching from what obsessed folk have dug up. I do not agree. I don't believe that this guy touches grass. If this guy touches grass, there's no hope for anybody. I don't believe it for a second. Because that whole thing was like extremely online. It was extremely online. Is Badmouse a person who deletes videos because they don't want to keep up problematic and wrong takes, or are they type that cover their ass? Who knows? It sounds like a person who doesn't really care about what other people think. And doesn't really care about other like points of view and just like says what he wants to say. Sipperusk says this Badmouse video is pretty good. Fucking hell, well, stick around because I got a lot better videos than that. He's touching AstroTurf, right? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I might go back and watch that video again. I'm pretty confused about his thesis, if I'm being honest. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense, but I agree. In its description, he has like 10 annotations. I'm never gonna have a go at people who don't have annotations, because I rarely have annotations. I disagree with some things he said. The end is bad. Yeah. That's what we're saying, Sipperusk. Yeah, very like meh. The Tankies video, yeah. It's when his views changed. He did one on DDR, nuked it after he reevaluated and believed it strayed too much into apologia. Maybe silly Q. What does touching grass mean? It basically means like people who are like really, really, really online. You know, when people say like you need to touch grass, it basically means like you gotta like log off. You gotta like go and do something, like get some fresh air, like, you know, shit like that basically. Yeah. Well, hello Emily Carlson, how you doing? Welcome in. That was confusing and out of touch. Yeah. That's my main reaction to it. Yeah. It was so online that he mentioned weebs at the end of the video out of nowhere. Yep, I agree. Yeah. Nah, it doesn't necessarily mean go outside. It doesn't necessarily mean go outside. It just kind of means like log off. Do something real. Do you know what I mean? Depends on who's using it. Do you know what I mean? In what context. But generally speaking, that's what it means. Speaking of which, I'm going to go touch Duvet. I'm jealous, Rat Freak. But thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. But listen, yeah, we do have some candy for you. Oh my goodness.
We got through the video.
Nieka Noise, thank you so much for the £10. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. And thank you for supporting the stream. You read my mind because that's literally what I was just about to talk about. Listen, gang, this is my only form of income at the moment. I would ask you, if you're financially able to support the streams, please consider subscribing off Twitch. We have a lot of cool incentives for you. We've already hit the halfway point of the month, which means that movie night has been unlocked for the month A little change to movie night. We're going to be watching this month on Friday, the 29th of July. In 4 days' time. Sorry, 4 days' time. We're going to be watching Chasseurs du Scans and Labyrinth. That's right, that Labyrinth. Chasseurs du Scans, about Nazi hunters in France. Going to be very interesting. And also Labyrinth is just like the David Bowie movie from 1980s, you know? Fun little Jim Henson romp. And so we've unlocked that. And if you get me to 800 quid by the end of this week, which means that you'd only have to donate, I think, 185 quid. I'm trying to do like a quick bit of maths and figure out how much that would be per person. I don't know. I don't know how many people are in the stream, and I don't want to know. But yeah, just like trying to like round it down. But anyway, if we get to £800 by the end of the week, by the end of Thursday's stream, that means that I will be doing a Gandalf cosplay and a stream where I play Battle for Middle-earth 2 on an extra day. You will be getting a bonus stream. Will you be streaming on Monday the 1st? Yes, I will. Ludo Nah. Thank you so much for the £3. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch, and thank you so much for supporting the stream. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's a couple of reasons that I ask you to subscribe off Twitch and not subscribe and give bits. That is because Twitch is a terrible platform for listening to marginalized people's voices. We want to make a bit of a stand. We want to take money away from Twitch and not, you know, not giving them, not rewarding them for being absolutely shite at listening to our voices. Game, we're going to jump into the just chatting section. Right there. Sipperus just messaged me with "That's not true. Stalin was loved by 80% of the people." Okay, yeah, block that cunt. And also, Sipperusk, don't just like randomly message people. Don't randomly DM people who are in a Twitch chat with you, because that's a quick way for you to get banned. I would genuinely consider blocking that guy. Genuinely. Yeah, 80% of the people he didn't kill. That's right. Hey, Pata Potato, how you doing? Something I DM'd your dad in the ass last night. Right, exactly. If he starts saying you should be aborted, just agree with him. It really pisses him off. Oh, so you know this guy as well, DJ. Oh, okay. DJ's been in all the leftist streams today. He's been seeing all the guys that have been going around. I've not watched like many leftist streams today. I watched like Zachat for a bit, but I was doing work for the most of it. And then I watched, what did I watch later? Who was I watching? I was watching someone play a game. I was watching Isle. You know him and all his alts. Oh, so he's probably a guy like, right, okay. All right, yeah. All right, thank you for that, DJ. Appreciate that. Anyway, listen, we're having a bit of candy now after all that nonsense, after all that fucking difficult start of the stream. We tried to get through. We're now going to look at some weird guys in the woods. I've got a new weird guy in the woods for us to look at. I don't know this guy's name, but I think he's British. So content warning for British. You know what it's like. You know what the Brits are like. Be kind to yourself. But before we do that, we're going to real quick check out this dog that needs an emotional support rat. And yes, that's right, Shafiq. I did I did technically listen to your recommendation, but that's only because I forgot what the name of the channel was, and I saw this video recommended to me on my own YouTube, and I was like, I love this. I'm going to watch it on stream. So anyway, be right back. Be good to yourselves. Stretch your legs. Have a wee. Do the fucking, you know, get some meds, all that kind of stuff. I'll be back in a tick. Okay. I'm back. I'm fucking back. Righto. It's time, gang. We're gonna check out this dog that needs an emotional support rat. It seems really cute. Let's have a look.
When somebody asked me if their dog's emotional support rat could come with them to the groomers, obviously I said yes. This is Sully. When somebody asked me if their dog's emotional support rat could come with them to the groomers, obviously I said yes. This is Sully, the 10-month-old Australian Shepherd and Border Collie mix, and his rat, Benny.
No.
And yes, Benny will also be getting a bath today.
Benny?
Sully is a very nervous puppy, and the owners were concerned on how he would handle the groom today. I'm not going to lie, at first he did try to escape. But we made sure that his furry little friend was close by in order to keep him calm.
Oh. I need an emotional support rat. I need an emotional support rat. Oh, I've seen this lady before.
Bath, although he did try to escape one more time, he calmed down considerably.
Oh.
Thanks. Thank you.
I have a question. What is the full color and shaded doodle for 50,000 beats? Is that not like grayed out for everybody? Right, fuck it. I'm just doing it now because like every single time I think that like people would just like not, you know, do anything about that. Every now and then someone is like, I've been saving up my beats for a full color drawing doodle. And I'm like, I have to get rid of that. I don't even know how to do it. I don't even know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. Settings, channel. Can I do this live? Channel moderation, stream. Viewer rewards, channel points, right? Channel points, manage rewards and channel. Yeah, challenges, custom rewards. How do I delete it? Delete. Yep, delete. Right, and also the long wig, deleting that. Reject all, delete. Brilliant. All right, that's done. I don't do doodles anymore. Sorry, I don't do doodles anymore. I don't like doing art for other people. It makes it unenjoyable for me. I'm sorry, that's just the kind of guy I am. I will be doing art that maybe you can buy if you like it, possibly, in the future. But definitely not going to be, like, you know, doing art for anybody else because it just really makes me, like, not like it. What the fuck? It's... God damn it. These subtitles gotta go. That's wild. I can see the rewards disappearing in real time in the UI. Yep, I did it. I did it right there. I did it right there. We did an admin stream. Thank you. I will hydrate. I will actually hydrate, though. Okay. Let's keep going. Emotional support rat. Mule NFTs when? Never.
To grooming for the first time, I take certain steps to make it as less scary as possible. Today, I didn't bait.
When I say art that you could buy, it's so bad that I have to like explain that now. When I say art that you could buy, I mean like a canvas. I mean like a print. I don't mean fucking NFTs. I don't mean you will buy a receipt to, you know, to a link that's on a blockchain. You know, no, I will not be doing that.
Face or ears.
We do forget that animals have mental health issues, and yeah.
If a dog is scared of the water, they will most likely also be afraid of the dryer. Unfortunately, Sully wouldn't accept treats, so I used praise and visits from Benny instead. The happy hoodie is used during the dry to keep the ears safe from the noise and the air, and the pressure also acts like a hug, which for many dogs helps to ease anxiety.
Mule fungible tokens, yeah.
We don't like it, we don't have to do
It's just variations of the Egg Lord. Oh no.
Good boy.
Oh, what a good boy. He's so fluffy.
The owners warned me that he had a bad experience having his nails clipped when he was younger, and that's something that I might not be able to do today. Fortunately, I was able to clip every nail, although I had to give him plenty of breaks and praise.
Oh no.
And now it's Benny's turn. Out of all the rodents that you can get as a pet,
oh my god, this rat is so precious. This rat is extremely precious. Did you see, like, he loves this person. He doesn't even know him.
Most intelligent, and least likely to bite.
Benny!
They make great pets for children, since they are so social and friendly, and they can easily be taught tricks on command. They can even be litter trained. On average, they live 2 to 3 years, and they do best living with at least one other rat. They will eat whenever...
Oh, you can see, you can hear Sully in the background crying because he can't see Benny. Oh no.
Possible. So it's important to monitor their eating, unless you want a little obese critter, which wouldn't be ideal for their health. Just like dogs and cats, rats can be purchased from breeders who work to ensure their pups are healthy with good temperament.
Oh, look his little face!
Unlike purchasing from a pet store. And despite the theory that rats are dirty and carry diseases, pet
so
rats are quite the opposite,
fluffy.
and are often overlooked as family pets for this reason. Hi.
The last NFT of the Krusty Egg Dogs collection was sold today for 169,000 mule bucks. That's right.
He's so cute.
Hey, Big Bug Nuts, what's going on?
Lots of people assume by the name of my channel that I am only a dog person. But the truth is, I love all animals in every shape and size.
Yeah, well, what about a fucking parasitic tapeworm that will, you know, suck all the food out of your body and nearly kill you? Huh? Have you thought about debating me in the marketplace of ideas? Come on.
I do believe that Benny performed his job well today and helped Sully feel calm during his entire grooming appointment.
Oh my god, Lord.
And I'm not going to lie, their bond was beyond adorable.
Oh my
Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the scared Sully and the beloved Benny.
Watched her clean a parasitic tapeworm a few weeks ago. SJW destroyed. Oh, so cute. Oh, look at these little pickos of the rat. He's got a little thing on. Oh my god, he's literally got a little thing on.
Oh, really? Act up, you could get snatched up.
Hang on.
Really?
This isn't the video that we're going to watch. I'm going to watch this another time. I just need to see that rat
when
with the
somebody
little...
asked me if their dog's emotional support rat...
I just need to see that rat with the little neckerchief on again. I need to see it. Oh my god. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god. Yeah, we are going to watch a Victory the Creator video, yeah. I'm thinking about watching that probably tomorrow because it's been in the watch later list for a long time, but yeah. Emotional support rat is such a lovely sentence. It is. It is. It is. It's a lovely sentence. We are going to now, though, transition to the weird guys in woods section. It's happening again. Here's another weird guy in some woods. I have another guy that we're going to watch in a bit as well. And this one specifically is 20 stealth camping tips and skills by TA Outdoors. Wait, is this the Territorial Army?
The basic principle of stealth camping is to avoid being...
Is this from the Territorial Army? Wait, what? I don't understand. Me pulling my emotional support rack out of my pocket of my work shirt. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little overwhelmed right now. Right, let's check him out. Let's see what he's saying. TA Outdoors. Don't really know what this one's all about, but the video is called 20 Stealth Camping Tips and Skills. What the fuck is the Territorial Army? I actually don't know what the Territorial Army is in the UK. I actually don't know what they're about or what they do. But I feel like it's just like the army that you join if you don't want to go abroad. I feel like it's the home security branch of the army. I don't know. I might be wrong. But yeah, this guy's he's talking about stealth camping, and I don't really know what that means.
Seen by people. Generally, you're going to need to be putting up a shelter of some sort. It might be a tent or a tarp, or you might be feeling ambitious and build one from the natural materials around you. Either way, your best bet...
Isn't it like the Cub Scouts for adults? Yeah, probably. I don't know.
...is to make it low profile. If you're
Army Reserves. Yeah, Army Reserves.
...using a tarp, then I recommend only setting up no higher than waist height. This is generally in keeping with the height of most low-growing plants and shrubs, particularly in summertime. I recommend watching my video on 15 tarp setups, which gives you a step-by-step guide on different configurations.
So this guy is actually like... This could be like... decent information for like if your country gets invaded by an imperialist nation and if you want to like be able to avoid their troops and survive in the woods or whatever, right? That's pretty cool. I like that. That's all right.
If you're going for a shelter from natural materials, then you might be able to get away with a slightly larger shelter, as it should look more natural and blend in with the environment around you. For this, I tend to use an A-frame, or if time is short, then a lean-to shelter. A lean-to style is faster to set up, as it's only half a shelter, so you only need to build one wall. Most of you will likely be using tents. For this, I use a bivvy tent. A good example is this one, the Snugpack Stratosphere. It's ideal for stealth camping, as it's incredibly low profile.
Oh man, I would just feel like a fucking worm.
And the olive colour tends to blend in well to the natural
I would feel so claustrophobic in that,
downside
honestly.
is there's not much headroom. But I've done some great stealth camps in this shelter, and the benefit being is that it packs down really small and takes up very little space in my pack.
What if you're like in a country where there's like big animals, or like you stealth camp in a field and a fucking cow just like sits on you? Good God, that would be a horrible way to die. Fucking hell, sorry. My brain just immediately goes to catastrophize mode with shit like this. I'm just like, nuh-uh, no way.
A small addition to your
I would rather sleep out in the open, right? You know?
To help you blend in is using a piece of camo netting. You can find this in many army surplus stores or
I'm not worm pilled, no.
Just throw it over your tent or tarp and watch your shelter merge in with the environment around it. Here's an image of my tent without the camo netting on it.
Okay, this is pretty like, you know, it's pretty practical advice, right? It's pretty practical advice. But yeah, people with claustrophobia, it's not going to work for them.
And here is one with it on. As you can see, it blurs the sharp outline of the tent and makes it blend in more naturally to the backdrop of the woodland. You can get
a couple of bears ping-ponging the shelter while you're inside.
The time of year and colour of the leaves on the trees at that particular time.
Cows don't do that. Cows don't do what? Cows don't like just like fall over and sit on a person by accident? No way. I don't believe it. They would do that. They would. They absolutely would. Like, they might be scared of people. When it finds out it's a person, it might, like, you know, get up and run away. But, you know, the damage would be done. It'd be too late. Hey Zachap, how you doing? Can I get a shout out for Zachap, please? Is it Zachap, by the way, or Zachap? I don't ever hear you like say your own name. But yeah, can I get a shout out for Zakat, please? Shafiq. They don't sleep in bivvies, no, they don't.
Smaller tent, smaller tarp, smaller backpack, smaller sleeping bag, etc. And even a smaller gas canister.
The chap is fine. Alright, sweet.
Not only does it save on weight, but it means it's less cumbersome if I have to move on and pack up.
Cows aren't really woodland creatures. That's why I said if you were stealth camping in a field. No one listens to what I say.
You're much more likely to be seen if...
Why does no one listen to me? Why does no one listen to me?
If you have a campfire going. And so more often than not, I'll take a butane...
Would a cow just lie down on a bag that is lying on the ground? No. You listen, that one is camouflaged. Look. He's made... Look, a cow is not going to know that that's a tent. Hey, Abs, how you doing? What's going on? Listen, I just forget. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. You'd wake up to find yourself surrounded by curious coos. Oz Tent RV, what's this? Okay, listen, I will watch this, because what is this? Oz Tent training.
I'm going to run you through how to set up the Oz Tent RV. Now, first of all, we need to get it out of the bag.
Yeah, there's no fucking way, bro. This is massive.
Put the bag away for safekeeping. Now, every Oz Tent RV is retained by...
It's been over 2 seconds.
You want to undo that,
that's right.
But you also want to keep that safe because you're going to have to use that when you're packing up the tent.
Excited for TwitchCon EU next year and potential of going? Yeah, as long as there's no COVID, I'll be going. But yeah, as of now, not going.
You'll have this V. Now that V will indicate where the front door of your tent is going to be. Also, you'll have your poles, your ropes, your pegs, everything all packed away. Again, just put...
Is this just a guy setting up a tent? Just skip to the bit where the tent's up, dude. I don't give a fuck. What are you talking about? Okay, that's a pretty good tent.
V3, this has 4 corners to peg in. If you have an RV4 or...
No good for stealth camping, though. No good for stealth camping. Are they allowing UK streamers? I should think that they should allow UK streamers at TwitchCon EU, even though we voted for Brexit. I love a cube tent. I love a tent that's just like a cube. It's too high for stealth camping though, so you know, not gonna work. Not gonna work. Cows will definitely not sit on that. Cows will be terrified of that. But a cow would sit on this.
To suit the time of year and colour of the leaves on the trees at that particular time.
Tent 2, hyper tent.
When stealth camping, I tend to downsize my gear. Smaller tent, smaller tarp, smaller backpack, smaller sleeping bag, etc.
See, chat's popping off now that we're looking at weird guys in woods. Like, chat's popping off. Everyone was extremely depressed about like the confusion around Badmouse's video and the news. As soon as we've had a little look at a dog and a rat, everyone's buzzing. And now we're looking at some weird guys in woods. Everyone loves this shit. This is the content that people want. We do love weird guys here. To be honest, it's the content I want. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I do like watching leftist video essays. But the weird guys energize us. Yeah, they do. Yeah. They bring us out of the funk. Local marks and their content. That's right.
Etc. And even a smaller gas canister and stove. Not only does it save on weight, but it means it's less cumbersome if I have to move on and pack up my gear quickly. You're much more likely to be seen if you have a campfire going.
That's true.
And so more often than not, I'll take a butane or propane gas stove. It's far quicker to set up and get water boiling to cook a meal or have a hot drink. I also opt for a more compact version to save on space. The flame tends to burn blue, and it gives off far less light than a campfire would. It also doesn't produce smoke like a campfire, thus giving away your position.
No, but yeah, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. You're telling me that boiling bolognese, sketty bolognese, in a cup on a fire is not going to give away like boiling steam? How I left the left to join weird little woodland guys, yeah.
I also opt for a more compact version.
Badmouse was a bit weird, just not in an entertaining way. That's a good point, Gumba Master. Hey, delicate friend, what's going on? I met the best weird guy in Manchester the other day. Half-naked homeless poet who taught me about Deleuze having DID and how much he loved chemsex. Then he smoked some crack. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I love that shit. Welcome in, delicate friend. Does the fire give away your position anyway? No, that's what he was saying. Steam dissipates much quicker. All right, I'll give him that. I'll give him that. You're right.
Save on space. The flame
You may be stealth camping, but you still love your sketty. Right, exactly. Scabetti.
Burn blue.
Scabetti?
It gives off far less light than a campfire would. It also doesn't produce smoke. Like
this is fine. This guy's okay right now.
Giving away your position.
I know he's saying. I know what he's saying about the butane gas stove. I know. Listen, this isn't a Badmouse video. I'm understanding everything so far. I just had one criticism about the potential incorrectness of the steam, you know, being as giveaway as the smoke, but it's not apparently. So I'm fine. I'm fine with that. Stealth camping isn't legit unless you're getting the food out of skips. Good, yeah, that's true. Because then how are they going to track you? They can't track you through the card purchases you've made. That's right.
Dig a small hole and bury the gas canister in the ground.
It's over and we're still roasting Badmouse.
Put the flame out of the line of sight, especially at night time, but it also reduces the noise given off from the stove, and it acts as a wind barrier. And I've also
butane is a gas that you can burn. It doesn't give off smoke.
I
know. No one is anyone. Am I saying things wrong, or are people just? Are you just forgetting? Do people not hear what I say? I think Survivord's having like a bad ADHD day like me today, because I'm just like, I don't know. I'm like, wait, am I? Did I say that, or did I like? Okay, all right. It's just Survived. And I forgive you, Survived. You know I do. You know I do. I understand what's going on here. He's doing butane gas to not... Oh, I see what you're doing. You're doing like a... Yeah. Okay, you're doing the joke. Right. You were actually like furthering the joke, and I didn't get the joke. I've just figured out what you're doing, Survived. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. I need those sarcasm indicators. I need those tone indicators, you know? Okay. I fucking hate today. Today's been a bad day, a bad brain day. But I got a lot of stuff done, and I'm streaming, so you better be grateful. Holy shit.
Heat is reflected off the earth walls surrounding it. If time is on your side, and you need a fire for warmth, then a Dakota fire hole or fire pit is arguably the best stealth camping fire setup.
Okay, I like this shit. This shit is good. I'm enjoying this.
It gets its name from the Native American Dakota tribe, who built fires in this style to protect it from strong winds.
Okay, this guy's based. Not only is he like saying like, I'm gonna make a fire in this style, but the reason it's called this style is actually because of the indigenous people that the technique came from. So reminding us that white people aren't everything. This guy's pretty good. Love it. Commie's bad brain day. Not exactly a weird guy, just a woods guy. I agree. Call it brain goulash. I have it all the time. Well, now you just make me want goulash. Now all I'm thinking about is all the different types of goulash that I've had in my life and how much I want more of it. Now I want goulash. That's all I can think about. Let's not forget the association with the Territorial Army. Yeah, but is he actually though? Is he just like, maybe his name is just called TA Outdoors. Maybe his name is like Tom Anderson. We don't know that yet. I can't tell if it's been a bad brain day for me yet because I barely interacted with anyone. That's fair enough, Emmy. Yeah, fair enough. Hey, Overzealous, how you doing? Brain bubbles, yes. I'm back. What's goulash? It's Eastern European word for stew. But there's loads of different types of it, and it's very good. You claim leftism is good, but Stalin killed 40 billion people in the Soviet goulash. Okay, that was pretty funny. That was pretty fucking funny.
And avoid potential grass fires across the land. If you have a stick, continue to dig a hole around 30 centimeters deep. For the sake of this video, I used a compact folding shovel to get the job done quickly. Then dig another hole about 15 centimeters away from it and dig down another 30 centimeters.
Hungarian goulash is the best. I agree, actually, only because my stepdad's dad was Hungarian, and the goulash that I had at like his house at some stage was so good. It was so good. Like before he died, I was like a really young kid, but it was really nice.
Hole, and use a stick to dig horizontally towards the smaller hole. Eventually, you will break through and create a tunnel.
Oh, he has some info on his website. TA stands for totally awesome. No mention of the Territorial Army. This guy is based.
For the wind to flow.
Based woods guy.
Use your stick or shovel to bevel off the front end of the smaller hole in the direction that the wind is coming from. This will encourage the wind to flow in the direction of your fire. Then, light a fire in the main hole. I use a lighter and a barbecue firelighter combination.
Where did we even get the Territorial Army from? Me, because he just said TA.
Even in windy and rainy
His channel is just called TA.
Then place some small thin sticks vertically over the fire, and as the flame creeps higher, lay some horizontal sticks across the pit. The
Okay,
draw
so
of
I
the
think
wind
now
coming through the tunnel results in a really clean burning fire with very little smoke.
Now he's talking about how to make a fire naturally, and I think this is the Dakota technique that he was talking about from the Dakota Native Americans, indigenous people. Like, you know, I think this is the technique to like stop smoke. This is cool as fuck. Based woods guy. Just looked up goulash. The first thing I saw was Bosnian style goulash. It looks delicious. There's loads of different types. Try them all out. Find out which one you like. Excuse me. Yeah, outdoor stuff is something that they do learn in the TA, yeah. You goulash pilled Muel and Chat. Mission accomplished. No, my step-granddad goulash pilled me when I was like 7 years old. But you have made me think about goulash. And that's pretty good, to be honest.
This greatly reduces your chance of being discovered via the smoke. And as the fire is burning in a pit, only the tips of the flame are visible instead of the whole fire.
Ooh.
Once this burns down enough, you'll have some really hot coals which you can cook on or use for warmth.
And you could very easily turn that into an oven as well. You could very easily just get like, you know, depending on how long you're going to be there, maybe get some like mud bricks, turn it into an oven or some shit. That would be sick. Is there a thing like British goulash? It's just goulash, but instead of being called goulash, it's called stew. That's all it is. Like potatoes, meat, veg, stock, and that's it. There is a little doggo there. There is a little doggo right there.
Another method I use to ensure that pitching...
Oh my goodness, look at his dog. He's helping.
...down my setup is as fast as possible.
Corned beef hash is not stew. It's much better than stew. No, it's not British stew. No, what are you on about? Corned beef hash is mint. Corned beef hash is so good. It's not stew, it's corned beef hash.
Is to actually pack my...
If whoever you know who makes corned beef hash is making it like a stew, it's not corned beef hash. Where's the line between soup and stew? I'm not having this conversation. This is not a debate stream. I'm not doing it.
...pad already inside my sleeping bag. And then the sleeping bag already inside my bivvy bag. That way, my entire sleep
Mule insulting your mum. If that's how your mum makes corned beef hash, you better believe it. You better believe it.
And can be quickly deployed or stashed away should I need to make a quick exit. I tend to keep this set up in a larger dry bag. I don't always opt for this particular way of packing, but if I know it's going to be a risky camp and I might need to move on quickly, then it just makes life a little easier.
Okay, I just had a really bad intrusive thought and I was like, what if this guy is like teaching us all this because he knows how to like evade the police for like terrible things that he's done? Like evade capture for like the terrible things that he's done, like actually terrible things. Like I'm not thinking like, you know, the maybe potentially like things that he's done that have broken the law but are actually like morally good. You know, I'm thinking like, what if he's a pedo? He made a YouTube video with his face. Yeah, but like that's exactly what like someone who's guilty would do. Gumba Master. Dispel the thought. I'm dispelling the thought anyway. He's a based guy. He's a base guy. I just had an intrusive thought that he might be a pedo and he's running away. Anyway.
Certainly much faster to pack away than having to pack away all 3 components individually.
He's probably not a pedo. Don't listen to me, chat. Fucking hell.
When choosing a location to stealth camp, I'll often get out an ordnance survey map.
If this guy ever watches my stream, he'll be so upset. He'll be like, I can't believe this guy thought I just outright said that he thought I was a pedo.
We'll have a browse at some online maps.
What is wrong with my brain today? Why am I doing this?
To gauge where there are public footpaths.
The whole intrusive pedo suspicion thought, a classic. Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
Roads. Not only does this mean that
Sorry in advance, Basewoods guy, yeah.
Choose a particular location that is far away enough from being seen, but it also means that I can get a good idea of where my vehicle is likely to be should I need to make a quick getaway in the dead of night. It also helps when I need to let my wife know where I'll be camping, and I can draw a rough area out of where I intend to go and which time I intend to be there or get back, purely for safety reasons.
Alright.
When choosing a spot to pitch up, areas of dense foliage offer the best form of cover. This is where having a low profile...
I mean, this shit would be cool to do with friends, for sure. Do you know what I mean? I think this shit would be, like, super cool to do with friends. Like, he's got a dog. Doing it with a dog would be cool, you know?
Tent comes in handy. You can pitch it right underneath bushes.
His name is Mike.
Pitching near bushes and small shrubs helps to reduce the chance of your tent or tarp standing out like it would if it were pitched in an open area. You can also use some of this foliage to lean up against your tent or tarp and make yourself much less visible from other people who might be nearby.
Oh, this guy's pretty cool.
Night,
I like this guy.
A bright head torch can easily be seen from a distance. Even on a dim setting, if the light beam flashes across someone's line of sight, it will be much more visible even from fairly far away.
Do you know the guy who walks across countries in a perfectly straight line? Wait, what? No? He does have a lot of experience in stealth camping. Do you know what, though? Like, okay, listen, never ever break the law, chat. The law is the arbiter of all morality, and, you know, twitch.tv terms of service prevent me from encouraging people to break the law, so I won't be doing that. But if you were gonna, you know, enjoy the outdoors so much that you, like, go on a big walk for as long as you possibly can, and I know that there are people who do that, and you're struggling for a place to sleep, and you just happen to be on farmer's land, I imagine that, like, this is very useful to know. And this is, like, something that, you know, you would just do. You know? I did go camping a lot with old mates, usually with a lot of substances, but I wouldn't call ourselves skilled in anything like this survival stuff. Oh, yeah, me too. Overzealous. Yeah, look, we used to go camping and get fucked up all the time, but we go to a campsite and just annoy the families that were there.
One way that you can help to reduce the intensity of
That's where these skills can come in really handy. Yeah, I agree, yeah.
Is to put a piece of masking tape over the front of the lens. This will act as a diffuser, and it will take out the harshness and create a much softer light. It will still shine light on close-up tasks that you're doing around camp, and it should still let in enough light.
Okay, that is literally like a softbox light, right? So for example, if I do this, this should work. Okay, it's not worked that much. Hang on. This should make me, like, a lot more brighter. I don't think it has. Or has it? I don't know. Basically, it's like this. It's like this for a light. It just, like, softens the light, you know? Maybe it doesn't, like, make me bright. It doesn't make me brighter at all. But, like, I can actually, like, look at that light behind that softbox cover, and it doesn't, like, hurt my eyes. It's not, like, you know, super bright. But it still, like, gives you the same amount of of light. So that's basically what he's talking about, you know?
So that you can walk around in the dark easily, but it just reduces the chance of someone seeing the flash of your main beam. Another option is to use a head torch, which has a red filter.
I lived on a bike for a year and mostly slept rough. A lot of the skills just sort of start happening in my experience. Well, there you go, yeah. Also, I don't know if I said hi, Zadakis. If you're camping in the middle of nowhere alone, it might as well do it sneakily. Right, of course. I was in a band when I was 18 or so. We did a Lemmy Kilminster camping experience, drinking a bottle of Jack a day each and smoking 3 packs of cigs every day. Did that for a week at a camping site. That's exactly the kind of shit I would do with my friends when I was 18. 1000%. It reduces the amount of shine on your face. Right, there you go.
Is used in the military as it improves night vision, reduces a person's light profile, and can be used to send out signals.
Wait, what? Wait, whoa, what is this?
The main beam. Dark easily, but it just reduces the chance of someone seeing the flash of your main beam. Another option is to use a head torch, which has a red filter.
Ooh.
This type of flashlight is used in the military as it improves night vision, reduces a person's light profile, and can be used to send out signals. The typical flashlight with a bright white light is too harsh for night vision equipment to handle, especially when it's switched on and off suddenly. The human eye is much less sensitive to red light.
I am a fan of Motorhead. Agree,
so when we switch off a red light in the dark, our eyes can adjust to the darkness much faster. This also works well in terms of being seen from a distance. Since our eyes are less sensitive to red light, it means that it's not easy for someone to detect the red light, especially when we are far away from the light source. If you're worried about batteries running out on the head torch, you could always pack a Sialume light stick or glow stick. These chem lights give off light when you bend them until they make a cracking noise. The way that these work is that inside the plastic tube is a small glass vial. As you bend the plastic,
so this is to do with red being lower energy. This would be useless to me with red-green color blindness, trying to find stuff amongst mostly green and brown terrain with only red light to guide. I mean, like, I don't think he's trying to say that, like, you should use that to move around at night. I think he's trying to say that you should use that at night to light things up so you can see what you're doing, rather than, like, you know, navigating a whole thing. Would that, like, not even work for if you wanted to, like, look at a map or something? I guess if the map is colored green and brown, that's gonna suck as well. But then I guess you could just use the other version, which is like a neutral light color. Yeah. That's fair enough. Lenny Kilmister was actually based. He supported women forming metal bands in his youth and also supported black musicians by playing with them on stage, etc., etc. Yeah, he was extremely based, and he has that famous thing where he was like talking to a fan of his who was black, and how he was complaining that like his like white friends didn't like him because, or like he didn't make many white friends because like they didn't understand that like a black guy could enjoy metal or something.
Vial snaps and the chemicals inside are mixed together. When these
he has that famous like interview where he gets something a little bit wrong. He says like, you know, until the day that we're all like, you know, the same sort of like coffee brown color. Like he basically thinks that like one day everybody's just going to be like the same color, which is like a bit weird. But other than that, it's like a pretty based response. He's like, you know, people are always going to be different and shit like that, you know. I wonder if I can find it. Hang on. Lemmy responds to black fan. He's confused, but he's got the right spirit. Right, yeah, here it is.
Headbanger and guitar player for 6.5 years. I do groups like, wait a minute, 16.5. Starting at 10.5? Yeah, alright. I do groups like Metallica, Slayer, Iron Maiden, Testament, Megadeth. No Motorhead I see. Love, hate, just about any good kick-ass metal band. My problem is, since I'm black, other blacks put me down and say that I'm a disgrace to the colour. Tell them to shove it, boy. Jimi Hendrix did alright, remember? Pisses me off, because my dad feels the same way. Most of the time we just tell these people to die off, but I don't know how. to handle my dad. My mum is real cool about it. Well, women usually have more sense than men. Tell you.
Women usually have more sense than men. He was so based back in the day. Fucking hell.
But what should I do about my dad?
Oh, okay. So this isn't about like he wasn't accepted by white people. This was like other black people were telling him he was a disgrace or something. I don't know. Yeah. But like he's struggling to like get on with his dad. I think maybe he's like having a bad, you know, relationship with his dad based on his enjoyment of metal and stuff like that, you know?
I'll write you a letter, man, because you might not be watching the TV because there's white people on it, you know. Being like that about another colour is the same as Hitler was about being Jewish. And
oh, I don't know about that. Okay, no, not based. Yeah, not based.
About other colours. You cannot be just one colour. If the bloody thing is ever going to work out properly, then we all have to intermarry and screw each other blind and get to be coffee-ish. But then we'd still find people that were lighter than those guys, right? You can't win with that one, but you can win by just doing it. Tell them to go to hell, right? They want to keep you safe and warm in the black community. And if the black community can't handle you, shove them. Go someplace else.
So he's doing the enlightened centrist shit, isn't he? He's being like, oh, racism against whites is exactly the same as racism against blacks. Oh, Lemmy. Well, no, it's not as based as I remembered it. I definitely remember that differently. Hitler famously told Jews to stick to their own musical tastes. Right, exactly, yeah. Yeah, that's a huge oof. That's a huge oof. It was too good to be true. Yeah.
Together, a new compound is formed, and the electrons shoot up the tube, and when they fall down, they give off light.
But like, I don't know, like, I mean, racism in like the 1970s was like so intense that it's like, I imagine probably in the 1970s, some people were like, yeah, sweet, like, this is good. Like, this is actually really like anti-racist and shit. But like, we know with, well, that's what I'm thinking, Shafiq. I'm thinking like, yeah, literally that. Like, it was probably seen as progressive when it was broadcast. And maybe even like there were some like anti-racist people who thought that that was a progressive thing to say back in the day. But obviously now we know better. So it doesn't make it good. But yeah.
In a military setting,
my hero Lemmy helped me to meet my wife.
Yeah. They can be used for discrete lighting for map reading in the dark, as well as mark, tag, signal, and identify dangerous situations, such as combat operations or natural disasters. They are discreet, lightweight, and a great backup lighting source if your main headlamp battery goes down.
He was trying to be anti-racist.
When stealth camping,
but,
it's always worth preparing some simple cold meals to bring with you. That way, if for some reason...
It's so funny that it's like, here's the thing, it's so funny that it's like, you know, he was wrong back then, right? And there are still people who are like saying that same shit now. That are saying like black people can be racist to white people. It's just insane. Like that's like a 50-plus-year-old idea that doesn't make any sense. Do you know what I mean? So fucking funny. Hey Panda, what's going on? Imagine if the political party in the UK had repatriation of non-white people as part of their policies. Right. Imagine if that was a thing. Sani, right in there. The only real problematic thing I remember with Lemmy was his fat phobia. In a documentary while he was at strip club, he legit said, "Who likes fat women?" which is extremely oof. Yeah, so like Lemmy's one of those guys that like, for example, like Lloyd Kaufman loved him. And like there were a lot of white guys that were getting about like that back in the day who were just like, oh, I don't see color. And it was like seen as progressive, right? Do you know what I mean? Like Lord Kaufman, for example, the guy, if you don't know who Lloyd Kaufman is, by the way, he's like the CEO, main head producer, executive producer of Troma Films. And Lloyd Kaufman is like on record as saying like, of course we hire black people. Why would we not hire black people? We only hire black people who are very good though. And of course they don't say the N word to each other. They don't, this, that, and the other. And I'm like, oh, fucking hell. It's like that like brand of like progressivism that is like, oh, well, you know, we love the blacks as long as they're, you know, as long as they do what we say, as long as they're like, you know, nice to each other and stuff like this. And it's like, what are you talking about? It's like a thing that you made up, you know? And Lemmy was in a bunch of Lloyd Kaufman's films. Like Lemmy does the narration for Tromeo and Juliet, which is like a Troma retelling of Romeo and Juliet, which is pretty good. So yeah, it's like kind of makes sense. You know what I mean? Yeah, as long as they know their place. Hey JMM, what's going on? Welcome in. And hello, multitude of drops. Welcome in, welcome in. Not as bad as Dave Mustaine's takes. Is Dave Mustaine, who is that? What, from fucking Metallica? Hey, Kiri, how are you doing? The centrist idea of progressive meritocracy. Right, exactly. That's exactly what it is, yeah. Right, they would say shit like that, yeah. We don't think the inferiority of black people is genetic, yeah. Yeah, it's just like... the racism is still there. Oh, Megadeth. Yeah. Megadeth. Yeah. Right, it's conforming to whiteness. Exactly, that's what it is, yeah.
You are not able to get fire going, or even if you aren't able to use a gas stove, you always have a backup option of a quick way to...
Here's a good rule of thumb. Here's a good rule of thumb that I've just been reminded of by my own, like, hubris, right? If you think, like, a white guy has a good take on, like, racism, just forget it. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Still true, like, nowadays, you know, if your memory is, like, a bit fuzzy, like, I think he had a good take on racism. Probably not. Probably just, especially if you're white, thinking that. Like, just, you know, just, no, they didn't.
Calories into your body. It's good preparation if you aren't able to heat up your food. If you do have a heat source, then opting for fast-cooked meals is a great option when stealth camping. Often, these meals either just need boiling water poured in them, or the bag itself can be boiled in water to heat up the food. They are usually ready to eat within minutes. They can be pretty expensive though, but the military MREs or meals ready to eat...
Never trust your own opinion from years ago, that's a good point.
And they usually have a large number of calories in them. Many...
Unless it's something that you, like, explicitly know a lot of stuff about, you know what I mean? Wow, what a good take on race there from Muel. No, incorrect.
The added benefit of being able to eat them when they're cold. A lot of modern day camping kit is made with bright and fluorescent colours. Understandable if most of the places you camp are in the mountains, and if something goes wrong, you need to be visible by mountain rescue or emergency services. However, the bright colours aren't...
Good setup for a joke. Remember the cishet white guy who had a good take once? Yeah, me neither.
Ideal when trying to keep a low profile during an overnight camp. For this, you are better off using gear that has dark earthy tones, drab olive and darker tones of brown or even black. You could take this further and opt for gear that has DPM material, which stands for...
Dude, I would love all that gear, but, like, I have one problem, and it's called, like, not a lot of money. Like, that's basically my main hurdle for, like, not having any of this gear or being able to buy it is that, like, I am poor. You know what I mean? Like, the rest of the advice has been really good and practical stuff that you could do with, like, very little money. But, like, all this, like, buy a knife in a brown sheath rather than a fluorescent one, etc., etc. You know? When you were homeless, just having one backpack, right? Exactly, yeah. You just need a lot of glue and a pile of leaves.
For disruptive...
We're learning to... No, we're not learning to survival goblin hunt. We're learning to stealth camp. Stealth camp. A lot of the shelters he suggested could be made on site with minimal tools at least. That's what I'm saying, yeah.
And material. Essentially, camouflage. This helps you and your gear to blend in more with the environment around you. Wearing gloves, long sleeve clothing, and potentially a hat or cap can also help
learning to escape Mark
in more, as well as keeping the majority of bugs at bay in the summer and keeping you warm in winter. Multi-purpose is key. One of the best ways to avoid being seen when stealth camping is to set up your tent or tarp late in the day and pack away your gear early in the morning. By arriving...
Do you know what this reminds me of? Has anyone seen that show? My partner was watching it. I don't watch shit like this normally, but my partner was watching it. And it's like that show where they say to like 5 or 6 different people...
For the djmuel based survival gear fund.
Thanks, Multitude. Thank you so much for the £5. And thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. I really appreciate that. Gang, you've all donated a bunch today. We've only got like another £180 to go before the end of July goal, which we have to hit before the end of Thursday's stream. Otherwise, no Gandalf cosplay stream, no Battle for Middle-earth 2 stream. You know? Keep it marked for making Goblin Goulash. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The stuff at the start was good. But like, yeah, now he's just being like, buy all this expensive equipment. And I'm like, no, I can't.
And setting up late in the evening, the majority of people will have finished their daily tasks or dog walk and will likely be back at home. In the morning, if you pack away early, most people will either be just getting out of bed themselves, or they will likely be eating breakfast before they get outside.
Yo, he's done this shit before. Look at him. The donate command is not donate. It is sub off Twitch. So there you go, if anyone's looking for it.
Having done this on so many occasions, I can vouch that it works.
He does kind of look like Erwin Saunders camera guy. Tom? He does kind of look like that, but he doesn't sound like him.
However, it does mean that you do get less actual camping time to enjoy in the outdoors. But on the flip side, especially in summer, you can clock out from work in the afternoon, head out for a quick camp, and then get back in time for work the next day.
You fucking what, pal? So, like, this is the thing, right? So, Lyra's saying it in the chat as well, right? Lyra's saying it in the chat. This man was on the run for 10 years in Spain or something. It's either like that, or this man is, like, so addicted to camping. Like, he just fucking... He is so obsessed with camping, right? He's so obsessed with camping that he's like, yeah, you know, clock out from work in the summer, go and have a quick camp, and be back in time for work in the morning. Okay, for a start, bro, where are you showering? Where are you showering? I'm not going back into work. If I'm working in an office, I'm not going back into work having not showered. That's like fucking grim as fuck. He had to get into stealth camping because his boss kept catching him in the woods out back. That's what I mean. He's Jason Bourne. Oh, God, that's so funny. He's doing it to forget the horrors of the job center. Well, I don't blame him in that regard, you know? There's Canadians who do this stealth camping thing that are pretty obsessed. I believe it. Showering, Mule, I thought you were goblin pilled. SMH. Listen, not having a shower is not goblin mode. Well, depends what you're doing. Not having a shower for like days while you're in your own home, that's fine. That's goblin mode. But like not having a shower for like days and like continuing to go to work and like surround yourself with people who are like definitely not going to be appreciative of the fact that you fucking stink. That's not goblin mode. That's sicko mode. What did we call it? Demon mode. We called it demon mode. It's demon mode.
In the afternoon, head out for a quick camp, and then get back.
You met a few camping obsessors before. This is pretty much par for the course. I just want to replay this and show everybody. Oh my God, Dionysia Delatry, thank you so much for the 30 quid. Holy fucking shit, gang. Dionysia, thank you so much. Not only are you supporting me here on Twitch, you're also a patron, I believe. I think you're a patron of my YouTube stuff. So really appreciate all the support. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you for supporting my YouTube. And yeah, really appreciate that. Gang, we've only got £147 to go. Thanks to Danisha and everyone else who's donated today. Let's fucking go. The line between goblin mode and demon mode is victims. That's basically what I'm saying, yeah. That's basically what I'm saying. How many days of demon mode unlocks Morbin mode? I don't know, actually. See, look at this. I love all the fucking bun claps in the chat. I seriously need a mule clap emote. I need a mule clap emote for shit like that. I need to get that done. I need new emotes. I need new fucking emotes, to be honest. What unlocks Morpin mode? You have to get really, really red and dress like a nerd. No, not a nerd, because nerds are fine. Dress like a dork. Thank you so much, Dionysia. Really appreciate all the support across platforms. You're a star.
Camping time to enjoy in the outdoors. But on the flip side,
Goblin
especially
clap,
in summer,
yeah.
you can clock out from work in the afternoon, head out for a quick camp, and then get back in time for work the next day. And yes, I have done this before as well.
I love how
Finally.
I love how everyone responded to Semiotic at the same time as me saying, you go incredibly red. You become incredibly red. Dork is the right word. Yeah, that's right. You just need a suit that's one size too large and an uncomfortable relationship with Alexander Dugin. Hold your breath and strain your asshole so to get as much blood as possible pushed to your head. What?
And definitely one of the most important tips is to leave no trace. Make sure that you don't leave any litter or rubbish behind. Clear up your campsite, put out your fire, and make sure it's properly put out before you leave. Put the dirt, soil, or leaves back over the area that you camped so that it looks like you were never even there. That way,
I believe that this guy is actually like... He's probably like a fucking... You know, you hear about these like soldiers that like go and like fight in other people's wars and shit like that. You know, like in Ukraine and shit. I feel like this guy's just like one of them. He's like, he just like goes to Ukraine. He like gets a sniper rifle and like maybe a 10 grenades or something. And he's just like, right, okay, see you later. And just like pops like 50 fucking Russian soldiers' heads and shit like that. Like blows a fucking tank up and shit. And then no one ever hears about him again. Like you do hear about shit like that happening. Like some people are just like extremely like badass. Goes to Ukraine after work and comes back and work for the next morning. Yeah.
Only being a responsible camper.
Yeah, militaire sans frontières. That's right. This guy's got weapon caches hidden across the country. That's what it feels like. It feels like that. Yeah.
But you're
modern
also
day
creating
wandering
good habits
mercenary.
for the
Yeah.
next generation to learn from. It also means that if no one knows you have camped there, then you might get away with camping there again in the future. And that's just a few of my stealth camping tips. They might not work for everyone, but they've worked for me, and I hope you guys enjoyed the video. And if you're interested in more camping, bushcraft and survival tips, then be sure to check out my wilderness survival skills playlist on my channel. If you like stealth camping and keeping it low profile, then there are plenty of videos on my channel featuring this. And if you're interested in my official bushcraft and camping gear, then head to taoutdoors.com for more info there. Thanks for watching, guys.
There you fucking go, chat. Holy fucking shit. You could make a Berserk reference. I'm too tired to make a Berserk reference. You made the Berserk reference, and I said it. You put it in chat just there. You said make a Berserk reference. I read your chat message. That is the Berserk reference. There you go. Does he hide his stuff there so he just wanders out? I guess so. I don't know. One more Woods guy for the viewing enjoyment. I think that guy was pretty good. We'll probably watch some more of him. And speaking of watching more things, gang, my new fucking video is out tomorrow. It's gonna go live at 5 p.m. UK time. That's basically like, what time are we on now? We're nearly at midnight. So wherever you are in the world, 7 hours before now, essentially. I think. Is that right? No, is that right? 12. What's 12? If you minus 12 minus 5 is 6. It's in 17 hours. So there you go. In 17 hours. 5 p.m. tomorrow. 17 hours from now. New video coming out. So check it out. Get on the YouTube. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be fun. It's called Activism. Get inspired. Get started. Get organizing. So it's gonna be cool as hell. 6 p.m. CEST. That's right. I think that's a better way to say it. Okay, right, gang. We're gonna go raid somebody. Thank you so much, everybody, tonight who has followed, who's donated, who's subscribed, and shit like that. Thank you so much if you've just been lurking, and thank you so much, of course, for chatting. Really appreciate everybody hanging out and having a little fun time, you know? It's kind of what we do. It's kind of what we do. Kind of what we enjoy doing. And we have a lovely little time doing it. So now we are going to go and raid a streamer from my endless fucking list of streamers that are live right now. Okay. Gang. We're going to go and raid Squidpunk. They are doing a support abortion rights charity drive. So we're going to go and raid Squidpunk. Please, please, please come along to the raid with me. It's just a nice thing to do. And, you know, makes me look like a good friend. Even though I am already a good friend. And if you don't think I'm a good friend, then whatever. I don't care. I don't believe you and your ideology against me that I'm a bad friend. So, anyway. We were already there yesterday to help. Well, listen, here's the fucking news. The charity stream's still going on today. Okay, Caitlin has just, like, gone into Squidpunk's chat and said, like, you're about to get raided by djmuel. Don't do that. Why are you doing that? Don't do that. That ruins the whole surprise. It's supposed to be like a nice time. It's supposed to be like a nice fucking thing to do. Don't do that shit. Okay, anyway, just a little bit of fucking advice there. It's just weird. It's just fucking weird. Don't do that. Anyway, see you tomorrow, chat. I'll be back for more shit after my fucking premiere. See you in a bit. Mwah. Stay excellent to each other. Peace, 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 peace.